You've been taught to believe that every thought that enters your mind belongs to you, that every fear, every worry, every memory is part of your identity. But if that were true, why do your thoughts come and go without warning? Why do they contradict each other, change their tone, vanish the moment you stop feeding them? The truth is simple. Your thoughts are visitors. Don't let them become your home. They arrive suddenly, like guests who show up uninvited. Some bring comfort, some bring chaos, and some track mud across the floor of your peace. But none of them were meant to stay forever. Somewhere along the way, though, you started giving them keys. You let anxiety move into your living room. You let old memories sleep in your bed. You let doubts wander through your halls as if they owned the place. But in Buddhism, the mind is a guest house, and you are the host. You choose who stays. You choose who leaves. You choose which voices get a seat at your table. When you forget this, your thoughts take over. But when you remember it, everything changes. Tonight, as these words sink in, something inside you will shift. The noise will soften. The grip of overthinking will loosen. You will start to see your thoughts for what they really are, temporary visitors passing through the space of your awareness. Not truths, not commands, not you. And when tomorrow comes, you'll feel lighter, calmer, more in control, because you'll finally understand that peace isn't found by fighting your thoughts, but by watching them come and go without letting any single one turn into a permanent resident. This isn't just another message. This is the first step toward a quieter mind, a freer self, a life where thoughts pass like clouds instead of building storms inside you. Are you ready to reclaim your inner home? Let's begin. Before we move on, something subtle is already shifting inside you. A small awareness, a quiet recognition, a sense that the thoughts you once treated as absolute truth might not be as solid as they appeared. That small shift is the doorway. And once you walk through it, the entire landscape of your inner world changes. What comes next isn't theory, isn't philosophy floating in the clouds, but a deep look at how your mind has been built over years, brick by brick, thought by thought, often without your permission. What you're about to learn will not only help you understand your inner world, it will give you the power to redesign it from the inside out. The mind is not an empty space. It is full of structure. It has rooms, hallways, locked doors, open windows, dusty corners, and places you never visit anymore because the memories stored there make your chest tighten. Thoughts don't just pass through. When repeated, they settle, they stack. They arrange themselves into patterns, forming entire wings of a psychic house you live in without realizing you built it. This inner architecture is the foundation of your emotional life. It shapes the way you interpret reality, the way you see yourself, the way you react under pressure, the way you love, the way you fear, the way you breathe. Most people never question it. They live inside their mental home as if it were designed by fate, destiny, or chance. But the truth is far more empowering. The home you live in mentally is made of choices you didn't know you were making. Thought by thought, you formed internal rooms, and now you're going to learn how to redesign them consciously. Thoughts become structure through repetition. Every idea that returns again and again begins to carve a path, like footsteps across soft ground, forming a visible trail. The mind follows what is familiar. A single negative thought might pass through without leaving much behind, but a negative thought, repeated daily, starts to become a room of its own. You walk into this room without noticing you've entered it. You sit inside it. You feel its atmosphere, its lighting, its furniture. Some rooms feel bright and open. Others feel suffocating, built from painful beliefs you never questioned. To understand how thoughts occupy psychic real estate, you first have to understand how the brain saves energy. It loves shortcuts. If you think something often enough, "I'm not good enough," "people can't be trusted," "something bad will happen," the brain condenses it into a structure, a kind of mental habit that keeps replaying on its own. You don't choose to think it anymore. It appears automatically because the architecture is already built. These automatic thoughts are the walls you bump into whenever you try to move freely in life. They are the ceilings that make you believe you can't grow any taller. They are the narrow doorways that make you shrink yourself to fit through. Many people live inside a mental home built entirely from old fears, learned beliefs, and memories that no longer reflect who they are. They keep trying to change their feelings without changing the architecture that creates those feelings. To redesign your inner home, you must begin by noticing the patterns that have shaped it. Start with the rooms you visit the most, the recurring thoughts, the ones that echo at night, the ones that tighten your body, the ones you accept without questioning. Ask yourself what these thoughts have built inside you. Is there a room of worry where your mind rehearses worst-case scenarios? Is there a room of guilt decorated with regrets from years ago? Is there a room of comparison filled with stories about what others have that you don't? These rooms become familiar, so familiar that you stop seeing them as separate spaces you can leave. Every mental room has an emotional temperature. Some rooms feel cold, leaving you numb. Others feel too warm, overwhelming you until you want to run. Some feel crowded, packed with old conversations, imaginary arguments, fears of what people think, and assumptions about the future. Without noticing it, you walk from one room to another throughout the day, and each one influences how you speak, how you act, and how you treat yourself. The good news is that mental architecture is not permanent. It grows, shifts, changes when you do. When you start paying attention, you can see that many rooms were built on unstable foundations. Maybe a belief you formed at 8 years old still shapes your identity today. Maybe something someone said once became a permanent wall. Maybe a painful moment you survived became a whole wing of your inner house because the thought attached to it was repeated so many times that your mind carved it into stone. But stone can be broken. Walls can be replaced. Entire floors can be rebuilt. The mind is astonishingly plastic, and every day offers a chance to redesign the spaces you live in internally. The first step is awareness. Without awareness, you wander inside the same patterns, mistaking the feeling of a room for the truth about yourself. With awareness, you finally see the architecture. You see the hallways you walk without questioning. You see the doors you keep locked. You see the windows you've covered because you were afraid of the light. When you become aware, you also begin to notice which thoughts take up the most space. Not all thoughts have equal weight. Some are loud and pushy. Some are subtle whispers that shape you quietly. Some thoughts enter politely and leave quickly, while others barge in and make themselves comfortable in the living room of your mind. The ones that stay tend to be the ones you feed through attention, emotion, belief, or habit. They build rooms because you keep returning to them. And here's something many people never realize. Your mind doesn't build rooms based on truth. It builds them based on repetition. A false belief repeated becomes a mental structure. A fear repeated builds a chamber of echoes. A worry repeated becomes a permanent corner where your mind returns automatically. This is why two people can experience the same event but live in completely different inner homes. The architecture isn't built from reality, it's built from interpretation. Redesigning your inner home begins by learning to question those interpretations. Instead of accepting every thought as a blueprint, you start evaluating whether it deserves to become part of the structure. If a thought says, "You're not capable," you examine it instead of letting it build another wall. If a thought says, "You will fail," you check whether that's based on evidence or fear. If a thought says, "People don't care," you look at your actual relationships instead of letting the thought create a room of loneliness. This process isn't about forcing positive thoughts. That approach is like painting over mold without fixing the underlying leak. The real work is structural. It means addressing the beliefs under your daily thoughts, the root assumptions that determine the shape of your inner home. When you start questioning the foundation, you begin freeing yourself from architecture you didn't consciously choose. One powerful tool for redesigning is noticing what thoughts feel like in the body. Every thought affects the nervous system. Fear-based thoughts tighten the chest. Self-critical thoughts make the stomach heavy. Shame-based thoughts make the shoulders collapse. When you notice the body's response, you gain clues about which rooms are unhealthy. A room that makes your whole body contract is not a room you should keep living in. Another tool is the practice of mental spacing. When a recurring thought appears, instead of stepping into the room it leads to, you pause at the doorway. You observe the thought without entering fully. This act of staying at the threshold weakens the room's pull. Over time, it loses its power until eventually the structure collapses from lack of use. This is the essence of non-attachment. You stop feeding the mental architecture that causes suffering. You also begin to build new rooms intentionally. A room of patience, a room of self-respect, a room of clarity. These rooms are formed the same way the old ones were, through repeated thought, repeated practice, repeated presence. Every time you show yourself kindness instead of judgment, you add another brick. Every time you respond to stress with calm awareness rather than panic, you expand the space. Every moment of awareness is an act of renovation. As you build these new rooms, something surprising happens. Old rooms lose their power. They may still exist, but you don't visit them as often. Their walls crack, their lights dim, their influence fades. This is how transformation happens, not by force, but by shifting where you place your attention. The architecture reorganizes itself according to the qualities you cultivate. With time, the mind becomes more open, spacious, a place you don't fear returning to. Instead of dark corridors filled with old fears, you begin to walk in brighter internal landscapes, rooms filled with clarity, acceptance, and calm. Eventually, you realize something profound. You aren't the structure, and you never were. You are the awareness that moves through it. You are the one who chooses which door to open, which room to leave behind, which thought deserves space, and which thought you let pass through without settling. Your inner home becomes a sanctuary instead of a prison, a place where thoughts come and go freely without building walls around you, a place where you can breathe, a place where you can rest, a place that reflects who you are becoming, not who you were taught to be. And once this understanding settles, you'll feel something you may not have felt in a long time, the sense that your mind is truly yours again. Before moving forward, something important needs to settle inside you. Now that you see how thoughts shape the very structure of your inner world, a deeper question rises on its own. If repeated thoughts build the rooms you live in, then why do the most disturbing ones show up at the worst possible moments? Why do the thoughts you least want suddenly become the loudest? Why do the ones you try to push away return with even more force? This next step takes us into a part of the mind that most people avoid but desperately need to understand. And once you grasp it, the entire relationship you have with intrusive thoughts will change completely. There is a strange truth about the mind. The thoughts you resist are the thoughts that stay. The more you push them away, the stronger they become. It feels unfair, even cruel, but this is how the human mind works. Intrusive thoughts behave like uninvited guests who sense tension and use it as a doorway. The harder you try to close the door, the more they wedge their foot into the frame. And the more you mentally shout, "Go away," the louder they get. What feels like a personal weakness is actually a predictable response built into the nervous system. Intrusive thoughts arrive when tension rises inside you. They sense resistance the way heat draws insects. When the mind detects that something is being pushed down, it reacts by bringing it back up. Not because the thought is important, not because it is true, but because the mind is wired to keep things you resist in the spotlight. Suppression signals danger, and the brain pays extra attention to anything associated with danger. It marks it as relevant, even if it is nonsense. This is why the most irrational, disturbing, or embarrassing thoughts feel so sticky. Another layer beneath this is the brain's survival instinct. The mind is constantly scanning for threats, but it cannot tell the difference between an actual danger in the world and a thought you fear inside your head. When you react with fear to an intrusive thought, the mind thinks, "This must matter. This must be a threat." So it keeps bringing it back, not to torture you, but to protect you, even though the protection is misplaced. This misunderstanding between fear and thought creates a loop that keeps intrusive ideas alive long after they should have faded. When intrusive thoughts appear, most people respond with panic. They fight. They tighten their body. They try to replace the thought with something positive. They search for reassurance. They judge themselves for thinking it. But all these reactions feed the very thing they want to eliminate. A thought cannot survive on its own. It survives through attention and emotional charge. When you resist a thought, you give it power. When you fear it, you energize it. When you try to suppress it, you rehearse it mentally. This is why resistance is fuel. Buddhism teaches something radically different from what the typical mind instinctively does. Instead of fighting the thought, you welcome it softly. Not because the thought is good, not because you agree with it, but because welcoming removes resistance. And when resistance drops, the thought loses its grip. A thought without emotional charge is just noise, a harmless flicker of mind activity. It comes, it goes, and it leaves no trace behind. The act of welcoming can feel unnatural at first. The mind assumes that if you do not fight a troubling thought, the thought will take over. But this fear is backwards. Fighting gives the thought life. Allowing gives it space to dissolve. When you let a thought exist without trying to control it, the body relaxes, the tension fades, the emotional reaction fades, and without emotional reaction, the thought cannot attach to the mind. It loses its stickiness. This shift is not about letting intrusive thoughts win. It is about refusing to fuel them. It is choosing to stay calm even when the content of a thought tries to provoke fear. It is learning to sit with discomfort without letting discomfort drive your choices. When the mind senses that you are not reacting, it stops sending the same thought again and again because it no longer sees it as important. This is why acceptance neutralizes intrusive thoughts faster than any attempt at suppression. There is a well-known psychological principle that supports this. The more you try not to think about something, the more you think about it. This is not a failure of discipline. It is how attention works. When you monitor your mind to make sure a certain thought does not appear, you are already thinking about it indirectly. The monitoring itself becomes a form of rehearsal. You are activating the very neural pathway you're trying to avoid. This is why "don't think this" always becomes "think it again." A powerful part of Buddhist wisdom is learning to interrupt this cycle not by force, but by softness. When a thought appears, you acknowledge it the way you acknowledge a bird flying across the sky. You don't chase it. You don't analyze it. You don't wonder why it showed up. You simply let it pass. You understand it as an event, not a message, a piece of mental weather, not a personal truth. As soon as you stop personalizing the thought, it loses its intensity. Intrusive thoughts often feel personal because they arise from your mind, but their content is random. The brain generates thousands of thoughts a day, many of them meaningless. The mind throws out ideas, images, memories, fears, and fragments of imagination constantly. Most of these pass unnoticed. The intrusive ones stand out only because you react to them emotionally. Without that reaction, they would dissolve like all the rest. This brings us to the paradox. The more seriously you take the thought, the more it appears. The less seriously you take it, the more it fades. This is why monks who train in mindfulness speak about thoughts as passing visitors. They come, they go, they belong to no one. They are not worth fighting. They are not worth believing. They are simply mental events with no real power. When you stop resisting, the mind becomes less reactive. You start noticing that the thoughts you once feared appear with less force. They may still surface occasionally, but they do not trigger the same physical reaction. They do not spiral. They do not multiply. They lose their emotional electricity. This is what freedom from intrusive thoughts feels like. Not the absence of thoughts, but the absence of fear toward them. One of the reasons intrusive thoughts feel overwhelming is that people link them to identity. A frightening thought appears, and the mind instantly says, "What does this mean about me?" But the content of a thought says nothing about you. Thoughts are created by the mind, not by your character. A strange thought does not reveal your true nature. A scary thought does not reveal hidden desires. A sudden, violent, or inappropriate thought is not a sign of who you are. It is simply a byproduct of the brain's creativity and randomness. The mind is capable of generating any idea, any image, any scenario. Intrusive thoughts shock you only because you assume they hold meaning. When you remove that assumption, the shock fades. The thought becomes less dramatic. It becomes neutral. This is where power returns to you. You no longer react as if the thought is a reflection of your inner truth. You see it as a temporary mental glitch, and once the meaning is removed, the fear dissolves. Another important part of this phenomenon is the role of emotional memory. If a thought has scared you before, your brain stores that reaction. When a similar thought arises, the stored emotional memory activates automatically, making the thought feel powerful, even if it isn't. This is why intrusive thoughts seem repetitive. They follow the paths of old fears. But the moment you break the emotional association, the repetition weakens. One of the most effective ways to break this cycle is through non-judgmental awareness. When you label a thought as bad, dangerous, or unacceptable, you increase its power. When you simply acknowledge it as a thought, the charge diminishes. The mind does not cling to what you do not label. Labels create identity. Identity creates attachment. Attachment creates suffering. Removing the label removes the chain. Breathing also plays a crucial role. Intrusive thoughts thrive in a tense body. When you breathe shallowly, your nervous system becomes alert and sensitive, making thoughts feel sharper. When you breathe deeply and slowly, you shift the nervous system into a calmer state, where intrusive thoughts lose intensity. This change in physiology directly weakens the thought's impact. Another key practice is internal permission. Instead of trying to block a thought, you allow it to appear without resistance. You say internally, "This thought can be here." Those words may feel strange, but they are powerful. Permission removes urgency. It tells the mind there is no emergency, and when the mind senses safety, intrusive thoughts lose their foundation. They cannot survive without tension. There is also strength in curiosity. When a thought appears, you explore how it feels without trying to change it. You observe where it lands in the body. You observe the sensations it triggers. You observe the speed of your breath. This gentle attention breaks the cycle of fear. You become the observer rather than the participant. The thought becomes a temporary visitor, not a permanent tenant. Eventually, you start to experience something liberating, the presence beneath the thought. The awareness that notices the intrusive idea is untouched by it. This awareness is not disturbed. It is open, calm, spacious. When you rest in this awareness, the content of the mind cannot overwhelm you. You see that thoughts pass, but awareness remains. This is one of the deepest Buddhist insights. You are the space, not the visitors. As you gain mastery over this, intrusive thoughts become less threatening. Even when they arise, you don't feel trapped. You know exactly what to do. Nothing. No fighting, no analysis, no suppression. You let the thought exist without resistance, and it fades naturally. This skill becomes stronger over time, until intrusive thoughts lose their power entirely. What was once frightening becomes ordinary. What once controlled your emotions becomes background noise. What once felt overwhelming becomes manageable. You begin to trust yourself around difficult thoughts. You begin to trust your ability to let them pass. You begin to trust the nature of your own mind, fluid, impermanent, ever-changing. And now that you understand why intrusive thoughts show up when you resist them, your relationship with them begins to transform. Instead of being pulled into their intensity, you step back into the freedom of awareness. You reclaim your authority over your inner world. You learn to host thoughts without letting them stay. And from this place, you will be ready for what comes next. Before moving forward, something subtle has already begun to reveal itself. Now that you understand how resistance feeds intrusive thoughts, a deeper truth becomes impossible to ignore. If a thought gains power simply because you react to it, then what does that say about your relationship to thoughts in general? Why does one thought pass quietly while another shakes your entire sense of self? Why does a random idea feel harmless one moment but threatening the next? This next step exposes one of the greatest misunderstandings people carry their entire lives: confusing temporary mental activity with identity itself. And once this confusion dissolves, an enormous amount of suffering dissolves with it. There is a vast difference between the thoughts that move through your mind and the person you actually are. But most people grow up believing the two are the same. A thought appears, and instantly the mind claims it as me, mine, my belief, my problem. Without questioning it, identity fuses with thought. This fusion is the root of emotional pain, insecurity, shame, fear, and self-doubt. When you mistake a passing mental event for a personal truth, life becomes heavy. When you finally learn to separate thought weather from identity, life becomes lighter in ways you never expected. Thoughts are like shifting conditions. They rise, change shape, intensify, weaken, break apart, and fade. Some are bright, some are stormy. Some pass so quickly they barely register. Others linger like heavy air. None of them remain permanently, yet people treat these shifting conditions as if they define the essence of who they are. If the mind produces anger, the person says, "I am angry." If the mind produces doubt, the person says, "I can't trust myself." If the mind produces insecurity, the person concludes, "Something is wrong with me." But the thought is only a condition, not a character trait. The human mind is incredibly active. It processes memory, imagination, emotion, planning, perception, and old internal habits all at once. It releases thoughts the way the heart releases beats. Some thoughts are clear reflections of present moment reality. Others are echoes of old wounds. Others come from fear, uncertainty, cultural conditioning, or simple mental randomness. Treating all thoughts as identity is like treating every gust of wind as a message about who you are. One of the most harmful misunderstandings is believing that negative thoughts reveal some kind of inner truth. When sadness rises, people think they are broken. When resentment arises, they think they are unkind. When fear appears, they think they are weak. But the presence of a thought does not reflect your nature. It reflects your current mental weather. And weather changes. It always changes. The only constant is the sky beneath it, the awareness that observes. Once you realize this difference, a profound shift takes place. You begin to see that you have never been defined by your thoughts. You have only been caught in them. You have never been the storms. You've only been standing under them. This understanding frees you from the need to control your thoughts because you no longer interpret them as personal attacks. When a storm crosses the sky does not panic. The sky does not argue. The sky does not fight. It simply allows the storm to pass. Awareness functions the same way. Many people suffer not because their thoughts are painful, but because they attach meaning to them. If an anxious thought passes, they treat it as a sign of failure. If a self-critical thought appears, they treat it as evidence. If an intrusive thought arises, they take it as an identity marker. This interpretation is what causes suffering, not the thought itself. A thought is just an event. The meaning is optional. Thought weather affects everyone. Even the calmest people experience fear, doubt, irritation, and insecurity. Even the wisest monks experience wandering thoughts, strange ideas, sudden memories, and emotional reactions. The difference is not the content of their thoughts, it is the relationship they have with them. They see thoughts as passing conditions, not personal definitions. They allow thoughts to come and go without attaching a story to each one, and because they do not cling to thoughts, the thoughts cannot cling to them. When someone confuses thought weather with identity, the emotional consequences can be extreme. A moment of jealousy becomes, "I am a jealous person." A moment of fear becomes, "I am weak." A moment of confusion becomes, "I can't trust myself." This self-labeling is a silent form of self-punishment. It damages confidence, creates shame, and restricts natural emotional movement. Instead of letting thoughts flow, a person locks them into identity and then wonders why they feel trapped inside themselves. Identity built from thoughts is unstable. It shifts constantly, making you feel inconsistent and unreliable. One day, you feel confident and think you've grown. The next day, a single anxious thought appears, and suddenly you feel like you're back at the beginning. But nothing has truly changed about who you are. Only the mental weather changed. The self that observes the weather remains unchanged. This is why learning to observe thoughts without merging with them is one of the most transformative skills in Buddhism. When you recognize a thought as temporary, it loses its power to define your mood. When you recognize a thought as impersonal, it loses its ability to shame you. When you recognize a thought as weather, it loses its ability to shape your identity. A helpful practice is noticing the language you use. When a thought arises, instead of saying, "I am anxious," you say, "Anxiety is present." This shift is small but powerful. It separates you from the emotion. The emotion becomes something happening within your awareness, not something that defines you. Instead of saying, "I am angry," you say, "Anger is moving through me." Instead of saying, "I am overwhelmed," you say, "Overwhelm is passing through the mind." The language naturally supports non-attachment. This distancing is not denial. It is clarity. It allows you to see the emotion without merging with it. When you stop merging, the emotion loses its intensity. When it loses intensity, it begins to move. Emotions that move do not become suffering. Emotions that get trapped through resistance or identity become suffering. Thoughts are also heavily influenced by the nervous system. When your body is tense or tired, your thought weather becomes stormier. When the nervous system is calm, thoughts become lighter and more spacious. You begin to see that thought weather says more about your current physical and emotional state than about your identity. A restless mind often reflects an overstimulated nervous system, not a broken self. A negative thought often reflects fear, not truth. A hopeless thought often reflects exhaustion, not reality. Many people blame themselves for thoughts that arise naturally from stress or emotional overload. They treat these thoughts as reflections of their character rather than reflections of their state. This creates unnecessary shame. When you begin paying attention to conditions instead of judging identity, your relationship with yourself softens. You stop assuming the worst. You stop taking thoughts personally. You start addressing the real cause, your state, your needs, your environment, your body, your memories, rather than punishing yourself for a mental ripple. Another major source of confusion comes from the stories the mind builds. A single thought rarely causes much trouble. The chain that follows does. A negative thought appears, and the mind instantly creates a story. Why it appeared, what it means, what it predicts about the future, what it says about you. The original thought was only a cloud. The story becomes a storm. Learning to see the first thought as weather prevents the storm from gathering force. Instead of collecting thoughts into identity, you allow each one to rise and fade on its own. You stop building stories around them. You stop creating emotional narratives. You stop assuming meaning where none exists. When you practice this, mental life becomes quieter. Not because thoughts disappear, but because they lose their ability to escalate. Another important aspect is learning not to personalize patterns. The mind often repeats themes, fear themes, insecurity themes, guilt themes, because these pathways are familiar. But a pattern does not define you. It reveals what the mind has practiced, and what has been practiced can be unpracticed. Repetition builds strength, but awareness rewrites patterns. Once you recognize that a pattern is a weather pattern rather than a personality flaw, you can work with it calmly. A powerful insight is understanding that awareness does not judge the weather. Awareness simply acknowledges the movement. When awareness is present, thoughts pass more freely. When awareness is absent, thoughts feel heavier, stickier, more personal. Cultivating awareness is like opening a window in a stuffy room. The air begins to flow, the heaviness lifts, the mind becomes breathable again. Some thoughts are intense not because they are meaningful, but because they carry emotional residue from old experiences. Without realizing it, many people are reacting to old emotional memories every time a certain type of thought appears. The thought triggers the stored emotion. The stored emotion makes the thought feel important. But the intensity comes from the past, not from the thought itself. Once you separate the two, the thought loses its grip. Another important key is understanding that identity is not built from thoughts. Identity is built from deeper qualities, values, actions, intentions, compassion, resilience, growth. Thought weather does not determine your character. Your relationship to thought weather does. A person who experiences fear but responds with patience is courageous. A person who experiences anger but chooses kindness is strong. A person who experiences doubt but acts with integrity is grounded. Character shows itself in what you choose, not what you think. When you stop tying your worth to your thoughts, self-respect strengthens. You stop criticizing yourself for mental noise. You stop assuming that a difficult inner moment means something is wrong with you. You treat yourself with more dignity. You become steadier, calmer, more anchored. Instead of being tossed around by the storm, you stand beneath it with grounded awareness. A life built on this understanding becomes more peaceful. Stressful thoughts still appear, but they don't take over. Old fears may rise, but they don't define you. Emotional waves may move through you, but you don't drown in them. You navigate your inner world with clarity instead of confusion. You respond instead of react. You understand instead of fear. Eventually, you reach a place within yourself where you can say, with genuine confidence, "Thoughts are passing through the mind, but they are not who I am." This statement becomes a lived truth, not just an idea. Your relationship with your inner world transforms. Your self-image stabilizes. Your emotional life becomes more fluid. You stop trying to control the weather. You start living as the sky. And now that you understand how to live under a changing inner sky without losing yourself, You are ready to continue deeper into the nature of the mind. The next step will take you further into the heart of awareness itself. Before moving forward, a new realization begins to rise quietly from everything you've learned so far. Once you see thoughts as visitors instead of identity, once you understand how they come and go like shifting weather, a deeper question naturally appears. If thoughts are constantly moving, then who or what is the one watching them? And even more important, what happens when the watcher stops commenting on every thought, every feeling, every moment? There is a level of peace that appears not when you fix the mind, but when you stop talking over your own experience. This next step leads into a rare kind of freedom, one that begins the moment inner commentary falls silent. The mind has a constant habit of narrating life. It adds words to everything you see, everything you feel, everything you fear, everything you hope for. This inner commentary creates a sense of control, because the mind believes naming things helps protect you. But this narration is also the main reason you feel mentally tired, emotionally overwhelmed, or disconnected from the present. The commentary is endless, and the more pressure you experience, the louder it becomes. Inside the mind, there is a commentator that speaks without being invited. It describes situations, judges people, analyzes possibilities, reviews mistakes, predicts danger, and explains experiences even when no explanation is needed. The mind thinks in order to feel secure, but the constant narrating becomes a weight. When you begin to notice how much the mind narrates, you also begin to see how much energy is lost in this habit. The commentary becomes a background noise you never questioned, but once you see it, it becomes clear how exhausting it really is. One of the reasons inner narration feels so automatic is that it formed as a survival strategy early in life. Children learn to explain their surroundings because it helps them predict what might happen. But as you grow older, the environment becomes safer than the mind assumes, yet the commentary continues out of habit. This leads to a mind that is always busy even when nothing is wrong, always talking even when silence would bring clarity. Most people have never gone a single hour without narrating their reality. This constant noise becomes the invisible tension behind many emotional struggles. A powerful shift happens when you start reducing this inner narration. You begin to see life directly instead of through the mind's commentary. You begin to feel sensations without needing to describe them. You begin to experience moments without judging them. You discover an awareness that doesn't need words to understand what is happening. This non-conceptual awareness is one of the deepest experiences in Buddhism because it reveals a dimension of mind that exists beneath thinking. It is not empty or dull, it is peaceful, alert, and clear. When the narration slows, you notice things the mind normally covers with words. Colors feel richer, sounds feel sharper, movements feel smoother. Your body relaxes because it is no longer reacting to constant mental descriptions. The tension that came from internal chatter begins to loosen. The nervous system shifts from alertness into calm presence. Even simple activities begin to feel lighter because you are no longer carrying the added weight of the inner narrator. The more you reduce commentary, the more you see how much suffering comes from the stories the mind adds to experience. Pain itself is manageable, but the story, "This will last forever," makes it unbearable. Sadness itself is natural, but the story, "Something is wrong with me," creates shame. Mistakes are human, but the story "this defines me" creates insecurity. The narration multiplies suffering by turning moments into judgments. Silence removes this added layer. Silence is not the absence of thought, it is the absence of unnecessary commentary. You don't need the mind to tell you that you are walking while you walk, breathing while you breathe, seeing while you see. Awareness already knows. When the inner narrator steps back, awareness takes the lead. This awareness does not divide experience into good or bad. It simply recognizes what is present without adding labels. This recognition is clean, peaceful, and freeing. When narration becomes quieter, emotional regulation becomes easier. The mind often creates emotional turbulence by talking excessively about feelings. It describes fear in detail, which keeps fear alive. It reviews sadness repeatedly, which deepens sadness. It brings anger back into focus, making anger last longer. Without narration, feelings rise and fall naturally. They process faster because the mind is not feeding them with words. You begin to see that emotions only last long when the commentary keeps them active. Another important shift is the way silence reduces self-criticism. Much of self-judgment is created by mental commentary. The inner voice that compares, evaluates, and criticizes every action. When that voice slows, self-judgment weakens. You begin to treat yourself with more kindness, simply because you stop hearing the internal critic so often. Silence becomes a doorway to self-respect. The Dharma of silence teaches that words often block direct understanding. When you stop describing everything mentally, you experience reality before interpretation. This direct experience is often peaceful because it is free from the mind's distortions. Silence allows you to see life as it is, not as the mind dramatizes it. This alone reduces stress. The body responds to silence with relaxation. The heart responds with openness. The mind responds with clarity. Silence also reveals how much of inner suffering comes from anticipation. Most internal narration is focused on what might happen next. Rehearsing conversations, predicting outcomes, imagining danger. This anticipation creates stress long before anything has happened. When you reduce narration, the mind stops living in the future and returns to the present. The present moment rarely contains the fear that anticipatory narration creates. This simple shift dissolves a large amount of anxiety. Another benefit of silence is the way it improves decision-making. When the mind narrates excessively, it becomes cluttered. Thoughts overlap, contradict each other, and confuse you. Silence creates mental space. You begin to hear your own intuition more clearly. You notice subtle signals in the body that guide choices. You sense what feels right without needing an endless stream of mental analysis. Decisions arise more naturally and with less doubt because the noise that once overshadowed inner wisdom becomes weaker. Silent awareness also strengthens emotional intelligence. Without narration, you begin to see your inner patterns without the distortions of mental commentary. You notice how emotions arise, peak, and fade. You notice how thoughts trigger certain feelings. You notice how the body reacts to internal events. This direct observation helps you understand yourself more accurately. You begin to respond to emotions instead of fighting them. You begin to meet your inner world with compassion instead of judgment. One of the most transformative effects of silence is how it changes your relationship with insecurity. Most insecurities are created by inner narration, stories about not being good enough, not being capable, not being valued. These stories rarely come from direct evidence. They come from old fears, repeated mentally. When narration quiets down, these insecurities lose oxygen. They start to fade naturally because the mind is no longer fueling them. You begin to see that confidence does not come from positive words, but from a quiet mind that no longer attacks itself. Silence also deepens your connection to others. When your mind is not constantly narrating, you listen more fully. You sense what others feel without filtering their words through your own mental commentary. You become more present in conversations. People feel more heard, more understood, more valued because you are truly with them. Silence strengthens empathy by removing the noise that normally distracts you from others. Another powerful aspect of silence is the way it helps you feel life instead of think life. Thoughts create distance from experience. When the narrator uses words to explain everything, you end up living in descriptions instead of sensations. Silence brings you closer to reality. You feel your breath more deeply. You feel touch more sensitively. You taste food more fully. You engage with life directly instead of through the filter of mental commentary. This increases joy and reduces numbness. Silence also brings a sense of inner spaciousness. With fewer words bouncing inside the mind, awareness expands. You feel less confined by thought. You sense more internal openness. Stress does not fill the entire mental field because the silence leaves room for calmness. Thoughts become smaller compared to the vast space of awareness. This spaciousness alone reduces suffering because the mind no longer feels trapped inside itself. A surprising effect of silence is the way creativity increases. Many believe creativity comes from thinking harder, but often creative clarity appears when thinking softens. When the mind rests in silence, deeper insights rise naturally. Ideas form effortlessly. Solutions appear without force. Silence allows the subconscious to speak. This is why creative breakthroughs often occur during quiet moments: walking, showering, resting. Silence opens the channel. Another essential aspect of silence is how it helps dissolve ego. The ego is built from narration, stories about who you are, what you deserve, how others should treat you, how life should unfold. Silence weakens these stories. Without narration, the ego has nothing to hold on to. You begin to live with fewer expectations, less defensiveness, and less need for control. This reduces conflict internally and externally. People who practice silence often become more patient, more understanding, and more accepting because ego has less influence. Silence also reveals the deeper layer of consciousness, a layer that does not need thoughts to exist. This is not emptiness, but awareness. It is calm, stable, and unaffected by mental noise. When you rest in this awareness, life feels less overwhelming. You no longer feel dragged around by thoughts or emotions. You watch them arise and fade without losing your sense of center. This experience is deeply healing because it shows you a part of yourself that cannot be disturbed. As silence deepens, you begin to notice gaps between thoughts. These gaps are tiny moments of pure awareness. Over time, the gaps grow longer. You begin to rest in these gaps more often. This resting is the true essence of peace. It does not require eliminating thoughts. It simply requires not filling every moment with unnecessary narration. The silence becomes natural, not forced. It becomes something you start to prefer over mental chatter. Eventually, silence becomes a companion. It brings clarity where narration brought confusion. It brings calm where narration brought tension. It brings presence where narration brought distraction. It brings truth where narration brought assumption. You begin to trust silence more than the stories in your mind. This trust becomes the foundation of inner peace. And now that the doorway to silence has opened and you've begun to understand the power of reducing mental commentary, you are ready for the next stage of insight, a stage where even deeper layers of the mind begin to reveal themselves. Before stepping forward, something deeper begins to surface from what you've learned so far. Once the inner narration grows quieter, once the constant mental storytelling fades into the background, another layer becomes easier to sense, one that has been influencing you far longer than you realized. You may notice a heaviness that lingers even when thoughts are calm, or a tightness that remains even when the mind is peaceful. These sensations whisper a truth that many overlook. The body remembers what the mind forgets. Thoughts may fade, but their emotional traces often stay behind. And this next step takes you directly into that hidden world of stored echoes. The body carries the residues of past experiences long after the mind has stopped consciously thinking about them. This is one of the most overlooked realities in healing and emotional well-being. People assume that once a thought stops returning, the problem is gone. But the body tells a different story. Muscles hold tension that formed during fear. The chest tightens from old grief. The stomach clenches from long-term worry. Shoulders curl inward from years of self-protection. These reactions aren't intentional. They are the body's way of responding to inner experiences you may have lived through but never fully processed. Somatic imprints form when the body reacts strongly to an emotional state. Each emotion carries a unique physical signature. Fear speeds the heart and activates the gut. Sadness lowers the chest and slows the breath. Anger heats the muscles and stiffens the jaw. Joy expands the chest and softens the face. When these emotions arise repeatedly or intensely, the body begins to encode them. It builds habits around them. These habits turn into patterns, and these patterns turn into the emotional echoes you feel even when your mind moves on. Many people live their entire lives trapped not by their thoughts, but by these echoes. They may have resolved old mental stories, but the body still responds as if danger, grief, or stress is present. This is why certain moments trigger a disproportionate physical reaction. The body is reacting from memory, not from the present moment. The body does not use language. It communicates through sensation. It responds through tension, breath, posture, and subtle movements. To heal these echoes, you must learn to read the language of the body. Embodied cognition reveals that thoughts don't just stay in the mind, they ripple downward. Every thought sends a signal to the nervous system. The nervous system responds through chemicals, hormones, and physical sensations. Over time, these signals shape the body's default state. Someone who spent years in worry often carries a body that feels restless. Someone who lived through long periods of criticism often carries a chest that naturally tightens. Someone who grew up feeling unsafe often carries shoulders that rise unconsciously. These are the physical footprints of emotional life. One of the clearest signs of emotional echoes is reacting to a current situation with an intensity that does not match the moment. A small comment feels like an attack. A minor setback feels overwhelming. A simple mistake feels like proof of failure. These reactions are not irrational. They are rooted in old physical memories. The body responds before the mind even has time to think. This creates confusion because you may know intellectually that a situation is not threatening, yet your body reacts as if it is. The body's truth overrides the mind's logic. Mindfulness helps dissolve these echoes by bringing attention directly to the physical experience instead of the story about it. When you focus on the breath, you begin to notice subtle tightness that you previously ignored. When you pay attention to posture, you see how your body closes, protects, or braces itself. When you tune into sensations, you begin to recognize patterns you've been carrying for years. This awareness alone begins the process of release. Emotional echoes often show up as chronic tension. The jaw remains tight long after anger is gone. The stomach remains knotted long after fear has passed. The throat feels closed long after sadness faded. These tensions drain energy. They restrict breath. They influence mood. They narrow perception. Many people mistake this for personality, but it is simply the residue of experiences stored in the tissues. To dissolve emotional echoes, you must work with the body directly. The mind cannot release what the body is holding. You must feel the sensations without resisting them. This is one of the most important teachings in mindfulness. When you observe sensation without fear, judgment, or analysis, the nervous system naturally begins to unwind. The tension loses its charge because you are no longer contracting against it. The body softens when it feels safe to soften. Safety comes from awareness, not from avoidance. Breathwork is one of the most powerful methods for releasing stored echoes. Slow, deep breathing shifts the nervous system from survival mode into calm mode. When the breath softens, the body relaxes. When the body relaxes, emotional residue rises to the surface. At first, this may feel uncomfortable because the sensations are raw, but when you stay with them gently, they move through the body and dissolve. This is the body completing a process that was interrupted long ago. Movement also plays a crucial role. Many emotional echoes stay alive because the body remains stuck in the postures that formed during emotional experiences. Opening the chest, softening the belly, relaxing the throat, and grounding the feet can release emotional memories that have been held silently for years. Movement resets the physical patterns that hold emotional residue in place. It is important to understand that emotional echoes are not signs of weakness. They are signs that your body protected you during moments when you could not protect yourself. The body stepped in when the mind was overwhelmed. It braced itself because it thought it needed to. These protections were not mistakes. They were attempts to keep you safe. Healing requires acknowledging this with kindness, not shame. As you become more aware of the body's language, you begin to notice the subtle ways the mind and body influence each other. When a certain thought arises, the body reacts instantly. When the body becomes tense, certain thoughts arise more easily. It becomes clear that healing is not only mental or emotional, it is physical. You cannot change thought patterns completely until you change the body patterns that support them. Awareness of emotional echoes also reveals why letting go mentally is often not enough. People try to move on from the past through thought alone. They repeat affirmations, rational explanations, and self-encouragement. But if the body is still holding the residue, the past stays alive in physical form. This is why someone can intellectually know they are safe today, yet still feel fear from childhood. The body has not updated its information. The body is living in an old reality, even when the mind has moved on. To update the body, you must introduce new experiences of safety. When you breathe slowly, you tell the body that danger has passed. When you relax your muscles intentionally, you tell the body it can release its guard. When you sit with uncomfortable sensations without resisting them, you show the nervous system that it no longer needs to react with fear. This is how the body learns that the present moment is different from the past. The body releases emotional echoes through cycles. Sensations rise, peak, and then fall. Allowing this cycle is essential. If you interrupt the cycle by tensing, resisting, or distracting yourself, the echo remains incomplete and stays stored. If you complete the cycle with mindful attention, the echo resolves. People often think healing means never feeling discomfort. But true healing means letting discomfort move through the body without stopping it. Only then can it leave. Emotional echoes also influence your relationship with others. When you carry tension in the body, you see the world through the lens of that tension. Neutral situations feel threatening. Kind people feel distant. Opportunities feel risky. The body's past becomes the filter for the present. When you release the echoes, the world begins to look different. Not because the world changed, but because the filter became clearer. One of the most powerful aspects of dissolving emotional echoes is the way it restores emotional freedom. When the body no longer carries old residue, you respond to situations based on what is happening now, not what happened years ago. You stop reacting automatically. You stop repeating old patterns. You stop getting pulled into emotional spirals that do not belong to the present moment. This freedom is life-changing. The process requires patience. The body does not release years of stored tension in one moment. It unwinds slowly, layer by layer. Some days, the body feels light and open. Other days, it feels heavy again. This does not mean you are regressing. It means another layer is rising. The deeper the layer, the more meaningful the release. One of the most surprising parts of this process is how much self-compassion grows naturally. When you understand that the body has been carrying old pain silently for years, you begin to treat yourself with more kindness. You stop blaming yourself for emotional reactions you never chose. You stop criticizing yourself for fear that was stored before you had the tools to handle it. Compassion becomes a natural response. The body also becomes a guide. It alerts you when something needs attention. Tightness in the chest may indicate unresolved sadness. Pressure in the belly may reflect worry. Heat in the face may reflect anger. Instead of ignoring these signs, you begin listening to them. The body shows you where you need to heal. Awareness shows you how to heal. Mindfulness becomes a bridge between thought and body. By observing sensation without judgment, you create space for echoes to rise and fall naturally. This process strengthens your relationship with yourself. You become more grounded, more present, more emotionally stable. The body begins to feel like a safe place again instead of a storage unit for old pain. Over time, the emotional echoes fade. The tension loosens. The breath deepens. The body grows softer. You begin to feel lighter, not only in the mind, but in the physical sense. Stress no longer grips you as easily. Old triggers lose their intensity. New experiences enter without being filtered through old pain. The body becomes aligned with the present moment. When both the mind and body release the past, something extraordinary happens. You begin living from a place of genuine presence. You feel emotions fully, but they do not overwhelm you. You experience sensations clearly, but they do not define you. You move through the world with a sense of openness instead of armor. And now that you understand how deeply thoughts continue living in the body, you're ready to continue exploring the next doorway in your inner transformation, one that will further deepen the clarity and freedom already beginning to arise. Before moving to the next step, something important becomes clear from everything you've already uncovered. You now understand how thoughts shape the structure of your inner world, how intrusive thoughts feed on resistance, how mental weather differs from identity, and how the body carries emotional residue long after the mind has moved on. With all these insights, a new question rises naturally. If thoughts come, go, return, shift, echo, and move through both mind and body, then how do you live with them peacefully? How do you create inner space without becoming overwhelmed? And how do you set boundaries with your own mind without turning every thought into a battle? What comes next is the art of mental hospitality, a way of relating to thoughts that neither pushes them away nor clings to them. It is a balanced approach rooted in Buddhist wisdom, one that allows the mind to remain open while still maintaining inner order. This is where you learn to host your thoughts without letting them take over the whole house. The mind is naturally active. Thoughts arise on their own, shaped by memory, sensation, environment, and unconscious patterns. You cannot stop the mind from producing thoughts, just as you cannot stop the heart from beating. But the problem begins when you treat every thought as a threat or as something you must obey. This creates inner conflict. You start fighting yourself, rejecting your own mind, tightening against your own experience. That internal war becomes the root of chronic stress. Mental hospitality is about shifting this relationship. Instead of rejecting or suppressing thoughts, you learn to meet them with calm neutrality. You recognize that thoughts are not enemies. They are mental events. They do not require your agreement or your fear. They do not demand your emotional involvement. Their existence does not obligate you to act. The moment you understand this, inner resistance begins to soften. Clinging to thoughts creates suffering just as much as rejecting them. When you cling, you identify with the content. You build emotional attachment, stories, fears, or hopes around it. The thought becomes heavy because you treat it as important. When you reject a thought, you add tension. You push against it, creating inner pressure. The thought becomes heavier because you treat it like a threat. Compassionate neutrality removes both extremes. It allows you to acknowledge a thought without merging with it. You let the thought be present without giving it power. You let it move through awareness without shutting the door on it. The mind becomes a space where thoughts can pass freely without getting stuck. This approach is deeply gentle. Many people believe self-discipline means controlling their inner world through force, but force only increases tension. When you forcefully block a thought, the mind becomes defensive. When you try to force a thought to stay, the mind becomes anxious. Hospitality replaces control with wisdom. Control creates resistance. Hospitality creates openness. Neutrality does not mean passivity. It means you choose how you respond instead of reacting automatically. You set boundaries by recognizing that thoughts are allowed to arise, but you do not need to follow them. You can say internally, "You can be here, but I don't have to engage." This small shift prevents thoughts from building stories, spirals, or emotional storms. It allows you to maintain inner calm even when the mind produces difficult content. The first part of mental hospitality is acceptance, allowing thoughts to appear without judgment. When you stop labeling a thought as good or bad, the emotional charge weakens. Many thoughts become heavy only because of the labels attached to them. When you remove the label, the thought becomes neutral. You no longer feel the need to defend yourself from it. Acceptance is the doorway through which peaceful awareness begins. The second part is space. Space means you don't crowd your mind with reactions, stories, or assumptions about a thought. You allow distance between awareness and mental activity. When there is space, thoughts move more freely. They do not collide with each other or get tangled in emotional narratives. When there is space, the mind does not feel cramped or suffocated. You feel internally spacious, grounded, and still. The third part is compassion. Compassion means you treat your thoughts the way you would treat a guest who shows up unexpectedly, not with hostility, not with fear, but with gentle firmness. You acknowledge their presence. You offer them a seat without letting them take over the entire house. Compassion prevents you from attacking yourself for having certain thoughts. It prevents shame from forming. It prevents the mind from becoming a battlefield. Compassion softens everything it touches. One common misunderstanding is thinking that boundaries mean shutting the door. But inner boundaries are not walls. They are gentle guidelines. You do not have to block thoughts. You simply choose how much energy to give them. Mental hospitality is like hosting visitors in a spacious hall. Everyone enters, everyone leaves, but no one builds a permanent room without your permission. A helpful practice is noticing your immediate reaction to thoughts. The mind often reacts before you even realize it. A negative thought appears and your body tenses. A fear appears and your breath shortens. A self-critical thought appears and your chest contracts. These reactions strengthen the thought. When you notice this pattern, you gain the ability to interrupt it. You take a breath. You pause. You let the body soften. As the body relaxes, the thought loses its grip. Boundaries form through presence, not rejection. Neutral observation is one of the strongest tools in this process. When a thought appears, you simply note it. You say internally, "There is a thought." You do not say, "This is my thought," because that creates attachment. You do not say, "I shouldn't think this," because that creates resistance. You simply observe. This observation is not cold or detached. It is calm, balanced, and compassionate. Observation without judgment allows thoughts to rise and fall naturally. Mindfulness transforms mental hospitality by slowing the pace at which thoughts capture your attention. Normally, thoughts hook you within seconds. You enter their story automatically. Mindfulness helps you pause long enough to recognize the moment the hook appears. This awareness alone weakens old patterns. When you can notice a thought without grabbing onto it, the thought loses its influence. This is boundary setting at its most subtle and powerful. Another essential aspect is learning to host discomfort without collapsing under it. Many thoughts return because the emotional sensations attached to them feel intolerable. The mind tries to escape the feeling by pushing the thought away or analyzing it. But discomfort reduces faster when you stay present with it. You let the sensation rise without resisting. You let it fall without chasing relief. This patience teaches the nervous system that discomfort is temporary and survivable. Once the body learns this, the mind stops creating repetitive thoughts around discomfort. One of the deepest forms of mental hospitality is allowing thoughts to exist without needing to fix them. The mind often treats thoughts as problems. It feels responsible for solving them. But not all thoughts need solutions. Some thoughts are echoes, some are habits, some are emotional dust stirred up by old memories. Some are simply mental noise. When you stop trying to fix every thought, the mind relaxes. When the mind relaxes, clarity naturally emerges. Compassionate neutrality also requires recognizing that you do not control which thoughts appear. They arise from a combination of memory, biology, and conditioning. You only control how you respond. This realization removes guilt. You stop blaming yourself for the content of your mind. You stop judging yourself for what appears. You understand that thoughts are not choices, they are events, and events come and go. Boundaries become easier when you stop personalizing thoughts. Instead of treating a thought as a reflection of you, you treat it as activity within you. This subtle reframe reduces shame, reduces fear, and reduces emotional attachment. The thought becomes an experience instead of a definition. This shift gives you the emotional freedom to let the thought pass. Mental hospitality also prevents emotional buildup. When you reject thoughts, they accumulate pressure. When you cling to thoughts, they become heavier. Saying, "Yes, you can be here," allows the mind to breathe. Thoughts pass quicker because they encounter no resistance. Hospitality is not submission, it is wisdom. You choose not to feed the cycle that keeps thoughts alive. An essential part of setting boundaries is noticing the difference between participation and witnessing. Participation means you enter the thought and get pulled into its story. Witnessing means you stay anchored in awareness while the thought moves through the mind. When you witness, you maintain stability. When you participate, you lose center. Training the mind to witness instead of participate is one of the most liberating practices in Buddhism. Another key element is understanding that neutrality is strength, not indifference. Indifference pushes thoughts away with coldness. Neutrality allows them to exist without absorbing them. Neutrality is warm, open, patient, and kind. It is the middle path between clinging and rejection. It is balance. Compassion plays a major role because many thoughts arise from old pain. When you reject them harshly, you reject old parts of yourself. When you meet them with compassion, you soften those parts instead of wounding them further. Compassion helps integrate experiences rather than fight them. This creates deeper healing. Mental hospitality transforms relationships too. When you practice neutrality toward your own thoughts, you naturally become more patient with others. You stop reacting impulsively. You listen more deeply. You speak with more clarity. You respond with emotional maturity instead of reactivity. Inner neutrality becomes outer calm. Setting boundaries also means knowing when not to follow certain thoughts. Some thoughts lead to worry spirals. Some lead to self-criticism. Some lead to obsessive loops. Neutrality helps you see these patterns clearly. When you recognize a pattern, you choose not to engage. You let the thought pass. This is an act of inner leadership, guiding your attention rather than letting habits take control. Another useful practice is grounding attention in the body. When thoughts feel overwhelming, shifting focus to breath or physical sensation stabilizes awareness. The body anchors you in the present. Thoughts lose their intensity when you return to sensation. Boundaries become easier because the mind is no longer the only place you live. Mental hospitality also reduces fear of the mind. When you learn to welcome thoughts gently, the mind becomes less threatening. You stop fearing your inner world. You stop fearing difficult thoughts. You stop fearing discomfort. This inner courage allows you to experience life with more confidence. You no longer need to hide from your own mind. Over time, mental hospitality becomes a natural way of being. The mind feels less chaotic because you stopped turning every thought into a conflict. The inner world feels more peaceful because you allow thoughts to pass freely. Emotional stability increases because you stop reacting to every mental event. You become more grounded, centered, and aware. Through this practice, you discover that peace is not the absence of thought. Peace is the absence of resistance. It is the presence of gentle boundaries that allow you to be with your mind without being controlled by it. You realize that your inner home can hold thoughts without inviting chaos. You realize that neutrality is a form of strength. You realize that compassionate awareness gives you freedom no amount of control ever could. And now, with this understanding of mental hospitality rooted within you, you are ready to step into the next part of this journey, one that reveals how thoughts shape destiny itself and how shifting your inner patterns changes the course of your entire life. Before moving forward, the pieces of understanding you've gathered so far begin to form a much clearer picture. You've seen how thoughts shape inner space, how resistance intensifies intrusive ideas, how identity gets tangled with passing mental weather, how the body stores emotional residue long after the mind has moved on, and how compassionate neutrality softens the entire inner world. With all of that in place, something deeper becomes undeniable. Your mind is not only shaping your present, it is shaping who you are becoming. This realization carries weight. It carries responsibility. It carries a quiet sense of power. Because once you truly see that thoughts influence actions, emotions, habits, and character, you start to understand something profound. Repeated thinking is not just a mental habit, it is a karmic force. This is where the next step begins. Cognitive karma is the process through which the patterns of your mind gradually become the patterns of your life. It is not mystical or abstract. It is a clear psychological and spiritual principle reflected in both ancient teachings and modern science. Whatever you repeat becomes easier to repeat. Whatever you practice becomes natural. Whatever you nurture becomes the path your mind walks without effort. Karma means action, but in Buddhism it includes mental action. Thoughts are not harmless background noise, they are seeds. Each repetition strengthens their roots. A thought repeated becomes a tendency. A tendency becomes a habit. A habit becomes a behavior. A behavior becomes a pattern. A pattern becomes character, and character becomes destiny. This chain forms slowly, almost invisibly. You don't notice a single thought shaping you, but you notice the accumulated weight of thousands. A repeated idea becomes a familiar path. A familiar path becomes an automatic reaction. This is why cognitive karma matters, because your mind is designing your future even when you aren't paying attention. The brain is molded by repetition. Neural pathways grow stronger with use and weaker with neglect. Every time you think a certain way, you strengthen a pathway. If you repeatedly think with fear, fear becomes easier. If you think with self-respect, self-respect becomes easier. If you think with compassion, compassion becomes your default. The brain rewards what you practice. It remembers what you repeat. Most people are unaware of the karmic momentum their thoughts carry. They assume they are unhappy because of external circumstances, when in reality, much of their suffering comes from internal conditioning, the momentum of thoughts practiced for years. Anxiety, anger, self-criticism, doubt, hopelessness, and overthinking often come from repeated mental loops that became familiar. These loops start to feel like just who I am. But they are not identity, they are habits, and habits can be unlearned. Your mind has been rehearsing certain thoughts for decades. Some serve your growth, some quietly sabotage you. When you understand cognitive karma, you stop blaming yourself for the state of your mind. You begin to see that you were shaped by repetition, not by failure, and this understanding frees you. If repetition shaped you, repetition can reshape you. A clear example of cognitive karma is insecurity. One insecure thought means nothing, but insecurity practiced daily becomes identity. Identity becomes behavior. Behavior creates outcomes that reinforce insecurity. The cycle becomes self-perpetuating. The same happens with anger or fear. A single burst of anger is natural, but anger repeated becomes temperament. Temperament influences choices. Choices influence relationships, and relationships influence destiny. Your thoughts also build your worldview. Repeated negative thinking makes the world look threatening. Repeated worry makes the future look dark. Repeated doubt makes you underestimate your capabilities. These thoughts then influence your decisions. You take fewer risks. You avoid opportunities. You shrink your life. The shrinking then reinforces the thoughts. This is cognitive karma in motion. But karma is not punishment. Karma is pattern, and patterns can be rewritten. You begin by interrupting the loop. Awareness is the first step. You cannot change a pattern you cannot see. Awareness shows you the repeated loops running automatically, the familiar fears, the recurring narratives, the repetitive self-judgments, the doubts that echo from the past. Seeing them loosens their hold. Then comes choice. Awareness alone is not enough. You must choose differently. When a familiar negative thought appears, you choose not to feed it. You choose not to follow its story. You choose not to let it grow. Instead, you respond in a new way, calmly, gently, firmly. This creates a new pathway, and each time you choose the new path, it grows stronger. Slowly, repetition becomes your ally rather than your enemy. Cognitive karma explains why small habits matter so deeply. A single moment of mindfulness may seem insignificant, but repeated daily, it creates a new identity. A single breath before reacting may seem small, but practiced consistently, it transforms relationships. A single moment of self-kindness may seem trivial, but repeated often, it rewrites years of inner harshness. Thoughts influence behavior, and behavior shapes life. A person who thinks, "I can learn," tries new things. A person who thinks, "I can't change," avoids challenges. These choices eventually lead to completely different futures. This is destiny, shaped by thinking. Patterns repeat when they are familiar, not when they are helpful. The mind often returns to old suffering simply because it recognizes it. Familiar pain feels safer than unfamiliar peace. This is why people stay stuck in emotional cycles that hurt them, because change feels foreign. Cognitive karma pulls you toward the known, even when the known causes suffering. Breaking this pull requires courage and consistency. You must choose thoughts that support growth, even when they feel unfamiliar. You must practice clarity, even when confusion feels natural. You must practice calm, even when chaos feels habitual. You are not fighting the past. You are creating a new future through steady repetition. What you practice becomes who you are. The more you practice patience, the more patient you become. The more you practice presence, the more present you become. The more you practice awareness, the more freedom you gain. The more you practice compassion, the more your heart opens. The mind does not transform through one moment of insight. It transforms through many small moments of repetition. Cognitive karma also deepens your compassion for others. Once you understand that everyone behaves according to patterns shaped by their past, you stop taking things personally. You see that people act from conditioning, fears, and habits they didn't consciously choose. This understanding softens judgment. It creates empathy. It creates space for forgiveness. This itself becomes part of your karmic pattern, a tendency toward compassion rather than reaction. Your inner world expands as you reshape your patterns. The mind becomes less reactive. Emotions become less overwhelming. Relationships become less chaotic. You stop falling into the same traps because the mental pathways that led you there are fading. New pathways built on clarity and awareness, become stronger. One of the most powerful insights of cognitive karma is realizing that destiny is not fixed. You are not doomed to repeat the past. The future is shaped by what you practice now. If you practice fear, fear becomes your path. If you practice courage, courage becomes your path. If you practice clarity, clarity becomes your path. If you practice compassion, compassion becomes your path. Every thought is a vote for the person you are becoming. Every reaction is a direction. Every choice builds the next layer of character. The present moment is the architect. The future is the structure. Once you understand this, you no longer feel powerless. You stop waiting for external change and begin creating internal change. You see that the mind was never your enemy. It was simply following momentum. And now, with awareness and intention, you can change its momentum. You step into a new way of relating to yourself. You stop feeding patterns that drain you. You stop repeating stories that limit you. You begin nurturing thoughts that strengthen you. You practice presence instead of distraction. You practice grounded responses instead of impulsive reactions. You practice understanding instead of judgment. Each practice becomes a new karmic seed. Each seed becomes a new pathway. Each pathway becomes part of the life you are building. And slowly, your destiny shifts. Quietly, steadily, genuinely. With this understanding rooted within you, You are ready for the next part of this journey, one that will take you even deeper into the mechanics of thought and freedom. Before stepping into this next teaching, a new layer of clarity begins forming from everything you've learned so far. You now understand how repeated thoughts shape patterns, how those patterns shape character, and how character shapes the path you walk. But with that understanding comes a deeper, almost startling realization. Not every thought deserves to shape you. And this raises one of the most important questions in all of inner work. If thoughts arise automatically, how much control do you actually have? This is where a rare teaching enters the path, one that dissolves guilt, removes shame, and gives you back your power in a way most people never experience. The teaching is simple. The first thought isn't the problem. What you do next is what shapes your destiny. When you begin to understand this, the entire relationship you have with your mind changes. Most people spend their lives punishing themselves for the thoughts that pop up automatically. They assume a disturbing thought means something about them. They assume a judgmental thought defines their character. They assume a fearful thought means they lack strength. These assumptions create shame, anxiety, and self-doubt. But the truth is that your first thought is simply the result of past conditioning, memory, biology, habit, and environment. The mind produces it automatically. You did not choose it. You did not design it. You did not craft it from intention. It simply appears. This is one of the most liberating insights of Buddhist psychology. The mind generates first thoughts the same way the body produces a heartbeat, automatically, continuously, and without consulting you. When you finally understand this, you stop attacking yourself for what arises. You stop assuming the first thought reveals who you are. You stop fighting the natural activity of the mind. Instead, you turn your attention towards something far more important, the second thought. The second thought is where your freedom lives. The second thought is the moment you choose how to relate to what the mind produced. The moment you decide how to interpret it. The moment you decide whether to believe it, question it, observe it, or let it pass. The second thought is not automatic. It is conscious. It is intentional. It is your opportunity to shape your pattern rather than be shaped by it. Most suffering does not come from the first thought. It comes from the chain that follows. A negative thought becomes a story. The story becomes a spiral. The spiral becomes fear. The fear becomes avoidance. The avoidance becomes a habit. And the habit becomes your reality. But that entire chain grows only when you automatically follow the first thought with another identical one. When the second thought repeats the first, the pattern strengthens. When you interrupt the chain by choosing a different second thought, the pattern weakens. This is how liberation begins, not by controlling the first thought, but by mastering the second. The mind has been conditioned for decades. Every experience shaped the way it reacts. Childhood shaped it, trauma shaped it, society shaped it, culture shaped it, family shaped it, stress shaped it. Because of this, the first thought will often reflect old conditioning. If you grew up around fear, the first thought may be cautious. If you grew up around criticism, the first thought may be self-judging. If you experienced rejection, the first thought may be defensive. But none of these reveal your true nature. They reveal your history. The second thought reveals who you are becoming. When the first thought is fearful, the second thought can be calm. When the first thought is judgmental, the second thought can be understanding. When the first thought is harsh, the second thought can be gentle. When the first thought is anxious, the second thought can be grounding. The second thought is where wisdom enters. It is the moment where awareness steps in and says, "This thought arose from old conditioning, but I don't need to reinforce that conditioning anymore." This understanding removes the pressure to have a perfect mind. It removes the unrealistic expectation that spiritual growth means never having difficult thoughts. It removes the shame that people feel when their mind produces something unpleasant. Growth does not mean eliminating the first thought. Growth means changing your relationship to it. The first thought is the echo of the past. The second thought is the doorway to the future. When you master the second thought, you become the author of your internal world. The automatic patterns no longer control you. You stop reinforcing outdated beliefs. You stop feeding emotional loops. You stop repeating old pain. You stop strengthening patterns that no longer serve you. The second thought becomes a steering wheel, guiding the direction of your attention and your life. What makes this teaching so powerful is that it gives you immediate access to change. You don't need to wait until your mind becomes peaceful. You don't need to wait until fear disappears. You don't need to wait until doubt dissolves. You can act differently right now. You can choose your second thought right now. This is why this teaching is liberating. It empowers you instantly. Another part of this teaching is recognizing that the first thought often comes from instinct. Instinct is fast. It reacts before awareness arrives. It is shaped by survival, habit, and old memory. But instinct is not always helpful in modern life. The mind may detect danger in situations that are not dangerous. It may react defensively when safety is present. It may assume rejection when acceptance is available. The second thought corrects instinct. It replaces automatic reactions with conscious responses. This shift changes emotional patterns over time. When you consistently choose a wiser second thought, the first thought eventually begins to change too. Old conditioning weakens, neural pathways reorganize, emotional habits soften. The mind begins to mirror your conscious choices. This is how transformation happens, not through force, but through consistent redirection. The second thought is also essential for breaking cycles of guilt. Many people feel ashamed for thoughts they never chose. Guilt arises because they believe the thought reveals something about their morality or character. But when you understand that the first thought is simply automatic mental activity, guilt dissolves, shame dissolves. Only responsibility for the second thought remains, and this responsibility is empowering, not punishing. Mastering the second thought also strengthens emotional resilience. When a difficult emotion arises automatically, the second thought becomes your anchor. It allows you to stay grounded instead of being swept away by emotion. It helps you respond wisely instead of reacting impulsively. It helps you observe emotion instead of drowning in it. The second thought transforms emotional turbulence into emotional awareness. Another important aspect of this teaching is learning not to believe every first thought. Many first thoughts are interpretations rather than facts. They are assumptions rather than truth. They are guesses the mind makes based on past patterns. When the second thought steps in, you can question the assumption. You can check the interpretation. You can examine the truthfulness of the thought. This prevents misunderstandings, unnecessary fear, and distorted perception. The second thought also teaches patience. You learn to pause, to take a breath before reacting, to sit with the first thought without immediately following it. This pause is powerful. The pause is the space where awareness grows. The pause is where old patterns break. The pause is where clarity enters. Without the pause, the first thought controls everything. With the pause, the second thought becomes possible. Over time, the second thought becomes an internal habit. It becomes a natural response. The moment a thought arises, awareness follows. The moment emotion surfaces, wisdom follows. The moment judgment appears, compassion follows. This begins to feel effortless. The second thought becomes part of your character. It becomes part of your karmic stream. It becomes the new force shaping your destiny. Understanding this teaching also reduces inner conflict. You stop fighting the mind for having thoughts. You stop fearing your own mental activity. You stop treating every thought like a danger. Instead, you treat thoughts as visitors. The first thought arrives on its own. The second thought determines whether it has any power. You stop being afraid of your mind when you realize you do not need to control the appearance of thoughts, only your relationship with them. The second thought builds self-trust. Each time you choose a grounding, wise, compassionate response, you strengthen your ability to guide your inner world. You start believing in your capacity to stay centered even when the mind produces chaos. This trust quiets anxiety. It calms emotional reactivity. It dissolves the fear of losing control. You discover that awareness, not thought, is your true stability. The second thought also influences how you treat others. When the first thought is judgment, the second thought can be understanding. When the first thought is irritation, the second thought can be patience. When the first thought is fear, the second thought can be openness. This shift improves relationships effortlessly. You stop assuming the worst. You respond with clarity rather than projection. You become less reactive, more grounded, and more compassionate. Most importantly, the second thought shapes your identity. The first thought might be conditioned by the past, but the second thought reflects the person you are becoming. When you consistently choose your second thought wisely, you transform your character from within. You become less ruled by conditioning and more aligned with intention. You shift from automatic patterns to conscious living. This teaching shows you where your true power resides, not in forcing the mind to be perfect, but in choosing your response wisely. The first thought arises. The second thought defines your path. And now that you understand how the second thought becomes the turning point of your inner life, you are ready to continue even deeper into the next insight, where awareness begins to shape not just your thoughts, but the entire behavior of the mind itself. Before moving into the next teaching, something subtle but powerful becomes unmistakable. You've now seen how the first thought arises on its own, shaped by old conditioning, while the second thought holds the key to freedom. But as you begin choosing wiser second thoughts, another realization starts to form beneath the surface. Something is watching all of this. Something notices the first thought. Something chooses the second. Something stands behind the mental activity itself, steady and unmoved. And once you notice this something, your entire relationship with the mind begins to shift in a way that feels almost otherworldly. Because if there is an inner observer watching thoughts appear and disappear, then you are not the thoughts. You are the awareness behind them. This opens the doorway to one of the most transformative teachings in Buddhism. Thoughts change their behavior simply by being observed. Awareness itself becomes the catalyst for transformation. What follows is a deep exploration of how the observer's gaze shifts the entire stream of thoughts, not through effort, not through force, but through presence. Thoughts behave differently when they are observed. This is one of the most profound and surprising truths of the inner world. Left unobserved, thoughts flow automatically, driven by conditioning, habit, and emotion. They rise in chains, pulling one another upward, creating loops, spirals, and reactions. But the moment awareness turns toward them, the stream changes. Thoughts slow down, lose intensity, and become less convincing. Awareness disrupts the automatic flow. This is similar to a principle observed in quantum physics. When a particle is measured, it behaves differently. The act of observing changes the outcome. In the same way, when a thought is consciously watched, its shape shifts. It cannot continue its automatic behavior in the presence of awareness. It becomes transparent, quiet, and less intrusive. This effect happens because thoughts rely on unconscious engagement to maintain their force. When you are unaware, thoughts move freely. They hook your attention. They grow stronger. They create emotional reactions without your permission. Awareness breaks this process. Awareness creates distance between thought and identity. Thought loses its grip. The observer's gaze introduces separation, an inner gap between you and the mind. This gap is not empty. It is spacious, calm, and clear. Within this space, thoughts lose their power to dictate your emotions. They no longer feel like commands. They no longer feel like truths. They begin to appear as simple mental events. This simple shift is the beginning of mastery. Observation also reveals that thoughts are far more fleeting than they appear. What once felt heavy suddenly appears quick and unstable, like a flicker of light. Awareness shows you how rapidly thoughts come and go. The mind may produce hundreds of thoughts in minutes, yet most vanish without leaving any trace. It becomes obvious that thoughts only become powerful when you give them attention. When the observer watches a thought, the thought cannot escalate. It cannot drag you into a story. It cannot create a spiral. Awareness interrupts momentum. It dissolves emotional charge. Most of the suffering created by thoughts relies on unbroken momentum, the chain reaction from one idea to the next. Observation breaks this chain. A watched thought loses energy. This is why awareness is one of the most powerful tools for inner transformation. You do not need to change the content of thoughts. You do not need to fight them. You do not need to suppress them. You simply watch. Watching turns the mind transparent. The transparency dissolves the illusion of solidity. As you observe thoughts more often, you begin noticing patterns you never saw before. You may see that your mind repeats certain fears out of habit. You may see that certain thoughts only arise when you feel certain bodily sensations. You may see that some thoughts belong to childhood memories rather than the present moment. You may see that the mind produces thoughts that contradict each other within minutes. Observation exposes the mind's inconsistencies. This exposure weakens identification. When you see that your mind produces contradictory opinions, varying emotions, and shifting interpretations, you begin to understand that thoughts cannot accurately define you. They are too unstable, too inconsistent, too reactive. This understanding reduces attachment to thoughts. You stop believing everything your mind says. The observer's gaze also reveals the mind's impulsiveness. Thoughts often arise from emotional states, not from truth. Fear triggers fearful thoughts. Sadness triggers self-limiting thoughts. Anger triggers reactive thoughts. Excitement triggers overly optimistic thoughts. When you watch the rise and fall of thoughts, you begin to see how emotions influence them. This clarity weakens automatic emotional reactivity. Awareness slows thought speed. When you observe the mind closely, the stream becomes less chaotic. There are more pauses between thoughts. The space between them becomes noticeable. These pauses are important. They allow you to breathe, process, and choose response. The pauses are where freedom grows. Another important effect of the observer's gaze is that it exposes the difference between thought content and emotional tone. Many people confuse the two. They think the thought created the emotion, when often the emotion was already present, and the thought simply attached itself to it. Observation separates the two. You begin to see that many thoughts are just mental shadows of emotional states. When you see this clearly, you stop believing the thought and start addressing the emotion instead. The observer's gaze also teaches you how to remain steady in the presence of discomfort. Normally, uncomfortable thoughts trigger an urge to escape. Observation trains you to stay with experience without running. This builds resilience. You learn to endure emotional storms without collapsing into them. Awareness becomes an anchor. As you observe, you also begin noticing that some thoughts come with physical sensations. Fear may tighten the chest. Sadness may sink in the stomach. Anxiety may rise in the throat. Observation shows you the connection between thought, emotion, and body. This understanding allows you to respond holistically. Instead of trying to change the thought alone, you relax the body. When the body softens, the thought loses power. Observation transforms the way you speak to yourself. You begin hearing your internal dialogue clearly. You notice how the mind criticizes, doubts, compares, or fears. This clarity helps you intervene. You start redirecting harsh self-talk into supportive awareness. Over time, the mind becomes gentler because the observer refuses to feed cruelty. Observation also reveals your inner narratives, the stories your mind repeats about who you are, what you deserve, and what you're capable of. These narratives shape your self-image. When you observe them without identifying with them, they begin to lose influence. You start to see them as old programs rather than truths. Once you see that a narrative is just a thought pattern, you gain the power to rewrite it. One of the most transformative aspects of the observer's gaze is how it changes your relationship to intrusive thoughts. When you observe an intrusive thought calmly, it cannot grow. It cannot pull you into fear. It cannot convince you that it means something about you. The observer sees that the thought is just an event. This neutralization dissolves its intensity. Over time, intrusive thoughts become less frequent because they no longer receive emotional fuel. Observation also reveals which thoughts are useful and which are unnecessary. Useful thoughts help you solve problems, plan, or understand. Unnecessary thoughts repeat without purpose, drain energy, and create worry. Observation helps you differentiate between the two. When you learn to recognize an unhelpful thought immediately, you save yourself from hours of mental noise. This increases clarity. Another important discovery is that the mind becomes more peaceful simply because you are watching it. Awareness discourages the mind's chaotic tendencies. The mind becomes more orderly. Thoughts feel less urgent. Emotional spikes become shorter. The overall mental environment becomes calmer. Observation also teaches you that the mind does not need your interference. Thoughts appear and disappear naturally when you stop meddling. Many people believe they must forcefully manage the mind. But when you observe without interfering, the mind begins organizing itself. Thoughts resolve. Emotions settle. Clarity returns. Non-interference is often more effective than control. The observer's gaze shows you that awareness is not the same as attention. Attention focuses on objects, thoughts, sensations, sounds. Awareness holds everything without focusing tightly on anything. Awareness is spacious. It allows thoughts to come and go freely. This spaciousness weakens attachment. As you practice observing, awareness becomes your home. Thought becomes the visitor. The roles reverse. Before, you felt like the mind was your master. Now, you become the witness. When awareness becomes primary, thoughts lose their authority. This shift profoundly affects daily life. You become less reactive. You become more patient. You become more emotionally stable. Stressful situations feel manageable because you have an internal vantage point that is untouched by external chaos. This stability allows you to respond with wisdom rather than instinct. Observation also changes your behavior. You become more intentional. You become more authentic. You stop acting from unconscious patterns. You start acting from clarity. Your choices become aligned with your values rather than your fears. As the observer strengthens, the mind becomes a tool rather than a ruler. You use thoughts when necessary and let them go when unnecessary. This is mental freedom. This is psychological liberation. This is what ancient Buddhist teachings have always pointed toward, the realization that you are the awareness behind the mind, not the activity within it. And now that this understanding begins to settle, you're prepared to move into the next layer of wisdom, a deeper training that teaches you how to let go in the smallest moments, hundreds of times a day, turning awareness into a living practice rather than a concept. Before moving forward, the insight from the previous teaching settles even deeper. You've now seen how watching a thought changes its path, how awareness softens old patterns, and how the simple act of observing brings clarity and calm. From this clarity comes a new realization, quiet, gentle, and powerful. If awareness can weaken a thought just by noticing it, then letting go becomes the next natural step. Not in dramatic moments, not in rare breakthroughs, but in tiny moments scattered through your day. This is where the next stage of training begins, learning to release thoughts the instant they appear, again and again, until letting go becomes a living habit instead of an idea. And this is the essence of thought impermanence training, micro-releases practiced hundreds of times a day. Thoughts arise constantly, and most of them dissolve on their own. But the mind interferes. It grabs, resists, analyzes, criticizes, judges, and holds on to ideas that were meant to pass. This is why the mind feels crowded. This is why stress accumulates. This is why small worries turn into heavy burdens. Impermanence training teaches you to avoid this unnecessary holding. You begin to trust that you don't need to cling to every thought. You begin to see that the thought was already leaving the moment it arrived. Micro-letting go means releasing thoughts in the smallest possible increments. It is not dramatic. It is not forceful. It is not emotional. It is a simple choice made again and again, like opening your hand when you notice you've closed it around something unnecessary. These tiny releases accumulate and begin shaping a new inner environment. The mind becomes lighter, slower, and less reactive. Impermanence training works because it cuts the momentum of thought at the very beginning. If you let go quickly, the thought cannot build a story. It cannot gather emotional energy. It cannot become a spiral. Letting go early prevents the thought from taking root. This is the difference between a spark and a wildfire. The spark is harmless. The wildfire grows only when fed. People often wait to let go until a thought becomes heavy, but by then the thought has already grown into a chain. Micro-letting go focuses on the spark, not the fire. You release the thought before it grows. You release it before your emotions respond. You release it before it shapes your mood. This is the beauty of impermanence training, prevention instead of repair. The mind produces micro-thoughts constantly, tiny flickers that often pass unnoticed. A quick irritation, a brief judgment, a small worry, a tiny craving, a moment of insecurity. Each on its own seems harmless, but together they create tension. They form the invisible emotional weight you feel throughout the day. When you begin letting go of these micro-thoughts, the invisible weight lifts. You feel lighter without knowing exactly why. You feel calmer without needing a reason. Letting go of micro-thoughts requires gentle awareness. Not intense attention, not strict focus, just a soft noticing. The moment you sense a thought has appeared, you relax your mental grip. You don't fight it. You don't push it away. You don't try to replace it. You simply stop holding it. The thought dissolves because it was impermanent from the start. This effortless release becomes easier when you understand that thoughts do not require your involvement. You do not need to finish thinking them. You do not need to respond to them. You do not need to examine them. Most thoughts have no purpose. They are mental noise. Micro-letting go teaches you that you can release a thought without losing anything valuable. The body plays a large role in this practice. Thoughts create tension in the body. Notice how a worrying thought tightens the stomach, or how a judgment contracts the chest, or how a stressful memory stiffens the shoulders. When you let go of a thought, the body softens. The release is physical as much as mental. Over time, the body learns that it no longer needs to brace itself against every thought. Muscles unwind, breathing deepens, the nervous system calms, impermanence becomes embodied. Repeating this process dozens, then hundreds of times a day builds a new kind of mind. You stop accumulating tension. You stop carrying unnecessary thoughts. You stop letting small annoyances become big problems. You stop rehearsing fear. You stop reliving old pain. Thought comes, thought goes, and you remain free. Micro-letting go also transforms emotional patterns. Emotions become lighter because you no longer feed them mental commentary. Anger fades faster because you don't replay the story. Sadness softens because you don't attach meaning to it. Anxiety weakens because you don't follow every fearful idea. Your emotional life becomes more fluid and less restrictive. This practice also reveals how many thoughts arise from habit, not truth. A thought appears simply because the mind is used to producing it. When you let go of it immediately, you start weakening the habit. You stop reinforcing old pathways. This allows new mental patterns to emerge naturally. Impermanence training is also a powerful antidote to rumination. Rumination needs time and fuel. It needs attention. It needs repetition. When you let go instantly, rumination cannot form. The cycle never starts. You end the loop before it has a chance to pull you in. Letting go quickly also strengthens your relationship with the present moment. Thoughts pull you into the past or future. Release brings you back to now. The present becomes clearer, richer, and more alive. You no longer sleepwalk through the day. You experience life directly instead of through layers of mental commentary. Micro-letting go also protects your energy. Thinking is draining when done excessively. When you release thoughts early, you conserve mental energy. You have more clarity, more focus, more creativity, and more emotional resilience. You feel less overwhelmed because you are not carrying every thought the mind produces. This practice teaches emotional intelligence. You begin to feel the difference between a thought and an emotion. You learn that emotions rise through the body, while thoughts pass through the mind. When you stop feeding thoughts, emotions find their own natural rhythm. You learn to feel without clinging. Impermanence also transforms identity. So much of who you believe you are is built from repeated thoughts. When you stop clinging to them, the identity becomes less rigid. You become more open, more fluid, more curious. You stop defining yourself based on mental noise. You discover a deeper sense of self beneath thought. Micro-letting go also softens the ego. The ego thrives on holding opinions, holding narratives, holding past events. When you release thoughts consistently, the ego shrinks. You become less defensive, less reactive, less self-focused. You gain emotional freedom. As you practice letting go frequently, you begin noticing gaps between thoughts. These gaps are moments of natural peace. They become longer. They become more noticeable. They become more welcoming. You spend more time in these gaps, and the mind begins to rest. Micro-letting go becomes a lifestyle. You do it while walking, while working, while listening, while resting. It becomes automatic. The mind learns to release without being told. This is the ultimate goal, the mind letting go of itself. And eventually, the mind becomes quiet, not because thoughts stop appearing, but because you stop holding on to them. The mind becomes peaceful, not because life becomes perfect, but because you stop creating unnecessary noise. The mind becomes spacious, not because thoughts disappear, but because you no longer treat them as permanent. This is real freedom. The freedom to let each moment pass without clinging to what was never meant to stay. And now that you've learned how to let go in small moments, again and again, you are ready to move deeper into the next teaching, where you begin to examine which thoughts you continue to invite and why your inner home feels crowded even when the mind is quiet. Before moving into the next teaching, the insights from everything you've practiced so far begin to settle in a deeper way. You've learned how thoughts dissolve when observed, how micro-letting go lightens the mind, and how awareness interrupts the automatic momentum of mental patterns. But as the mind becomes clearer, something unexpected begins to reveal itself in the background. Even with all the letting go, certain thoughts return again and again. They arrive at familiar times. They carry familiar tones. They behave like old acquaintances who know exactly when to knock. And this raises a question you can no longer ignore. If thoughts are temporary, why do some feel permanent? Why do some patterns keep slipping back into your awareness, even when you've released them hundreds of times? This next teaching explores that very question. It reveals an overlooked truth about the inner world. You keep hosting certain types of thoughts, often unconsciously, and these repeated guests shape the emotional climate of your mind. Understanding your inner guest list changes everything. Your mind does not select thoughts randomly. It returns to certain thoughts because something inside you repeatedly invites them back. This invitation is not a conscious choice. It is an emotional pattern, a familiar belief, a conditioned habit, or a lingering wound. These inner invitations determine which thoughts keep revisiting your mental space. One of the reasons certain thoughts return is emotional familiarity. The mind prefers what it knows. If you've spent years rehearsing worry, the mind brings worry back because it recognizes that pattern. If you've spent years reinforcing self-doubt, thoughts of inadequacy return easily. The mind interprets the familiar as safe, even when the familiar creates suffering. This is why certain thoughts feel like old companions. They have visited you so often that the mind now keeps the door open for them. Some thoughts return because they are tied to unresolved emotion. When an emotion hasn't been fully processed, the mind expresses the residue through recurring thoughts. If grief remains frozen inside, the mind repeatedly surfaces memories associated with loss. If anger hasn't been healed, the mind replays situations where you felt wronged. If fear has been stored in the body, the mind generates scenarios that echo that fear. The recurring thought is not the true issue. It is the messenger for the buried emotion. Another major source of returning thoughts are internal beliefs. These beliefs act as magnets. If you believe you are unworthy, thoughts of inadequacy will continually reappear. If you believe you must earn love, self-critical thoughts will dominate. If you believe the world is unsafe, fear-based thoughts will return. These beliefs become mental filters. The mind hosts thoughts that confirm them because consistency feels stable even when it hurts. Many recurring thoughts also come from long-standing mental habits. The mind becomes efficient at repeating thoughts it has rehearsed for years. Habitual mental loops, such as comparing yourself to others, anticipating worst-case scenarios, or replaying old conversations, become automatic. The thought returns because the neural pathway is well worn. The mind is simply following its familiar route. Sometimes thoughts return because of subtle triggers: tone, posture, weather, silence, a memory fragment, a smell, or an expression someone makes. These triggers activate old thought chains instantly. The trigger is small, but the emotional memory behind it is large. Without awareness, it feels as though the thought came out of nowhere, when in reality it followed a subtle signal. Your mind can also feel crowded because you unknowingly feed certain thoughts with attention. When you analyze a thought repeatedly, you deepen its roots. When you resist it aggressively, you strengthen it. When you fear it, you energize it. Even arguing with a thought reinforces it. Your reaction becomes an invitation. The thought learns that it will receive energy simply by appearing. Some thoughts stay because you use them as protective mechanisms. People often cling to worry because they believe it prepares them. They cling to self-criticism because they think it prevents failure. They cling to imagining worst-case scenarios because they believe it shields them from disappointment. These thoughts return because part of you believes they serve a purpose, even though they cause exhaustion. Thoughts also return when a story in your life remains incomplete. Unanswered questions, unresolved conflicts, or unspoken emotions create open loops in the mind. The mind revisits these loops in an attempt to finish what was left unfinished. The thought persists because the story behind it has not yet been closed. The inner guest list becomes even clearer during stressful moments. Stress exposes your core mental patterns. When overwhelmed, the thoughts that return are the ones that have shaped your life. Fear, doubt, comparison, guilt, resentment, or helplessness. These thoughts rise quickly because stress weakens the mental filters that normally keep them quiet. As you continue practicing micro-letting go, you begin to recognize these patterns more clearly. You start noticing the thoughts that return the most. You see their emotional flavor. You sense the belief behind them. You feel the body's response. You understand their rhythm. This awareness is transformative. Once you see the pattern, you stop feeling blindsided. The thought is no longer a surprise. It is a familiar guest you can greet calmly and release gently. Understanding your inner guest list also reveals unmet emotional needs. Some thoughts return because they express an unspoken longing, perhaps for safety, love, connection, clarity, or rest. When those needs remain ignored, the thoughts persist. The mind uses them as signals, asking you to pay attention to something deeper. When you meet the need directly, the thought no longer has a reason to return. These recurring thoughts also shape the emotional atmosphere of your inner world. Hosting fear repeatedly creates an anxious environment. Hosting self-criticism creates a hostile inner home. Hosting resentment creates a tense one. Hosting compassion, understanding, and patience creates a soft and peaceful environment. You are not helpless in this process. You are the one deciding which thoughts set the tone of your inner space. The inner guest list is also tied to identity. Thoughts that support your identity, whether healthy or unhealthy, are the ones that return the most. If you see yourself as someone who must always be strong, thoughts that suppress vulnerability appear often. If you identify as the responsible one, thoughts about fixing others' emotions return. Identity shapes invitation. Change the identity, and the invited thoughts change. Narratives also influence which thoughts return. If your internal story is, "I am a failure," the mind hosts thoughts that confirm that story. If your story is, "I can't trust people," thoughts of doubt return constantly. Narratives act as mental walls, and the thoughts that match the walls stay inside. Understanding your narrative allows you to rewrite the script and change which thoughts belong in your mental home. Sometimes, recurring thoughts represent loyalty to the past. You may still carry thought patterns that once helped you survive. You may still echo things you learned from parents, environments, or painful experiences. These thoughts return not because they help you now, but because they were engraved deeply in earlier years. Awareness allows you to thank these thoughts for their past purpose and release them from your present. Over time, as the inner guest list becomes clearer, you gain the power to become a conscious host. You no longer passively accept every thought. You develop mental boundaries, not through rejection, but through understanding. You begin to choose which thoughts are worth your time. You begin to allow thoughts that nourish you, guide you, strengthen you. You begin releasing thoughts that drain you, frighten you, or distort your sense of self. Your inner world becomes less crowded. There is more space, more peace, more clarity. You feel less overwhelmed. The emotional atmosphere softens. You become familiar with your patterns and no longer fear them. You understand the roots of your thoughts, which dissolves their power. And now that you've begun recognizing the recurring thoughts you continue to host, you are ready for the next step, learning how to pause long enough to dissolve their momentum before they take hold. Before moving forward, the last teaching leaves you with a powerful realization. Now that you understand which thoughts you keep welcoming into your inner home and why they keep returning, a new question rises quietly, almost like a soft warning inside the mind. If certain thoughts return because you've been inviting them without knowing, then the moment they arrive is the moment that matters most. Not 5 minutes later, not when the emotion has already taken over, not after the story has spiraled. The doorway moment, the first seconds after a thought appears, is where the entire direction of your inner world is decided. And this leads you into one of the most powerful practices in the entire Buddhist tradition, the ability to pause. A simple pause, just a few seconds. But those few seconds can dissolve most of the momentum that would have carried you into stress, anger, fear, self-criticism, or regret. This is the Dharma of delay, the art of waiting just long enough to stop negative patterns before they grow. What follows is a complete and continuous exploration into how inserting a brief pause between thought and reaction can change the entire trajectory of your emotional life. Reactivity is one of the most deeply conditioned patterns in the human mind. Thoughts arise quickly, and the body reacts even faster. The mind hears an inner comment, and your muscles respond. The mind generates a fear, and your breath tightens. The mind offers a judgment, and your mood shifts instantly. Most people are not reacting to life. They are reacting to their thoughts about life. And because these reactions happen so quickly, they feel automatic. The Dharma of delay disrupts this automatic chain. When you pause for a few seconds after a thought appears, you interrupt the momentum. You create a space where awareness can enter. You create a small gap between the thought and your reaction. And inside that gap, transformation begins. A reaction is not inevitable. It only feels inevitable because it happens fast. The mind moves in milliseconds. Emotion follows in seconds. Behavior follows in minutes. But if you interrupt the first few seconds, the entire chain dissolves. This is why a simple 3 to 7 second pause can dissolve most negative mental momentum before it gathers strength. This pause is not passive. It is not avoidance. It is a conscious act of reclaiming your power. You are stepping out of the automatic pattern and stepping into awareness. You are giving yourself permission to see clearly before you act. The power of delay lies in how thoughts lose intensity when not immediately obeyed. A thought becomes strong when you respond to it instantly. When a judgment appears and you immediately believe it, The judgment gains authority. When a fear appears and you automatically tense, the fear becomes embodied. When a memory appears and you immediately replay it, the memory grows roots. But when you pause, the thought is denied fuel. It cannot escalate. It cannot trigger emotions as strongly. It cannot pull you into its story. The pause exposes the thought's impermanence. You begin to see how rapidly the thought fades when you do nothing with it. Many people mistake reactivity for personality. They think, I'm an angry person, I'm an anxious person, or I'm an emotional person, when in reality, they are simply reacting too quickly. The reaction gives the emotion its power. The pause gives you your power. The Dharma of delay works because it allows the nervous system to reset. When you immediately react, your body enters a stress response. When you pause, the body has time to breathe. The heart rate slows, the muscles soften, the breath deepens. This physiological shift reduces emotional intensity. The mind becomes clearer. You gain the ability to choose. A pause is powerful because it changes the timeline. Thoughts and emotions operate in waves. The first wave is intense but short. If you react quickly, the wave amplifies. If you wait, the wave collapses on its own. Most emotional storms dissolve if you allow them to rise and fall naturally without intervening. The pause also prevents misinterpretation. When a strong emotion arises, the mind often creates a story to explain it. They don't care about me. I'm failing. Something terrible will happen. But the story is rarely accurate. The story is simply the mind trying to justify the emotion. When you pause, you give the emotion time to settle before the mind creates a narrative. This prevents countless misunderstandings. Another important aspect of delay is how it strengthens self-control. Each time you wait before reacting, you reinforce the part of you that is aware. Awareness becomes stronger. Impulse becomes weaker. Over time, the impulse fades because it is no longer rewarded with immediate action. The Dharma of delay is also deeply related to karma. Karma is not punishment, it is momentum. Reactivity strengthens old karma. Delay weakens it. When you pause, you stop adding energy to old patterns. You break the karmic momentum. This is how internal cycles dissolve, not through force, but through interruption. The pause also protects relationships. Most conflicts are born in the first seconds of reactivity. A sharp comment, a defensive tone, a quick assumption. These moments create damage. When you pause, you give yourself a chance to respond with clarity rather than emotion. You choose understanding over impulse. This simple shift can prevent arguments, heal trust, and deepen connection. Delay also brings humility. It shows you how quickly the mind jumps to conclusions, how easily it misreads situations, and how often emotions distort perception. The pause gives you time to question whether the first reaction is true. Most of the time, the first reaction is emotional, not factual. Delay lets you see the difference. The Dharma of delay is a form of mental discipline, but it is also an act of compassion toward yourself. Reactivity creates regret. Reactivity creates shame. Reactivity creates emotional turmoil. The pause protects you from these unnecessary consequences. It keeps your inner world cleaner, calmer, and more steady. This practice is simple, but not easy. The mind wants to react instantly. It is used to speed. It is used to momentum. The pause feels unnatural at first, almost uncomfortable, but with practice, it becomes your greatest ally. One of the most effective ways to practice is to train yourself to breathe before reacting. A single slow breath creates a natural pause. The mind starts to settle. The emotion softens. You create space for a wiser response. Another technique is silently labeling your state. When a strong thought arises, you pause and mentally say, thinking, or feeling, or judging. This label breaks the chain of automatic reaction. It reminds you that the thought is not reality. It is an internal event. Another powerful method is grounding your attention in the body. When a reactive thought appears, place your attention in the chest, belly, or feet. This grounds you in the present moment. It interrupts the thought's momentum and gives your body a chance to settle. The pause also brings deeper clarity about your thought patterns. When you wait before reacting, you begin to see which thoughts rise most strongly. You see the thoughts that rush forward with urgency. You see the thoughts that try to push you to act immediately. These urgent thoughts are usually the ones driven by fear, insecurity, or old wounds. When you delay, you expose their source. Over time, the pause begins to happen naturally. The moment a strong emotion rises, awareness steps in automatically. The chain of reaction grows weaker. The emotional storm becomes less intense. The mind becomes more stable. This natural pause is a sign of spiritual maturity. Delay also builds trust in your inner strength. Each time you choose not to react automatically, you prove to yourself that you are capable of self-mastery. You feel less controlled by emotion. You feel more anchored. You feel more confident in your ability to remain steady even in difficult moments. The Dharma of delay transforms your relationship with fear. Fear thrives on immediacy. It pushes you to act without thinking. It creates urgency. When you pause, you disrupt fear's rhythm. You deny it the instant reaction it depends on. Fear weakens when delayed. The same is true for anger. Anger rises sharply but fades quickly when not fueled. A pause breaks the cycle. It gives anger no direction, no target, and no story to follow. The emotion loses force. What felt overwhelming becomes manageable. Delay is also a powerful tool for dissolving desire. Many impulses become problems only because they are acted upon too quickly. A pause creates enough space to examine whether the desire is real or momentary. Most cravings fade when given a few seconds. The pause strengthens your long-term goals. Reactivity serves short-term emotion. Delay serves long-term clarity. When you pause, you reconnect with your deeper values instead of acting from the heat of the moment. Over time, the pause becomes a refuge. When life feels overwhelming, you take a moment. When someone triggers you, you breathe. When fear rises, you give it space. When doubt appears, you wait. This waiting creates peace. It creates control. It creates freedom. Eventually, the mind learns that not every thought requires a reaction. Not every emotion requires a response. Not every impulse requires movement. This understanding fundamentally rewires your relationship with your internal world. This is the power of delay. It transforms inner chaos into inner order. It turns storms into passing waves. It gives you time to choose who you want to be instead of reacting from old patterns. And now that you understand the strength hidden in these small pauses, you are ready to step into the next teaching, one that reveals how excessive thinking drains your energy and how to reclaim your inner vitality. Before moving into the next teaching, the last lesson leaves you standing at an important doorway. You now understand the power of a simple pause, how waiting just a few seconds can dissolve emotional momentum, weaken old patterns, and return control to your awareness. But once you begin pausing, something else becomes painfully obvious. The mind is tired, not tired in a casual way, but drained on a deeper level, a level you can feel in your chest, in your breath, in your ability to focus, even in your motivation to live fully. And this exhaustion raises a new question, one that most people never ask.
Where is all your inner energy going?
Why do you feel mentally worn out, even on days when nothing big happened? Why does your spirit feel heavy, even after hours of rest? This next teaching dives into a truth rarely discussed, but deeply felt. Overthinking consumes your life force. In Buddhist and Taoist psychology, this life force is known as qi, and your thoughts, especially repetitive ones, are one of the biggest drains on it. What follows is an extensive exploration of how excessive thinking drains your energy, weakens your spirit, and limits your potential, and how to reclaim the vitality your mind has been stealing from you for years. One of the most overlooked facts of inner life is that thinking uses energy. The mind is not an abstract machine floating in nothing. It is a living process deeply connected to your nervous system, breath, emotions, and body. Every thought you produce triggers a physical response. Every mental loop consumes biological resources. Every worry drains your vitality. Thinking is not free, it costs something. In Buddhism, the mind is compared to a fire. If it burns too fast, the fuel is consumed quickly. If it burns slowly, the fire lasts. Overthinking is like throwing too much wood onto the fire at once. The flame becomes chaotic, uncontrolled, and exhausting. Eventually, the fire weakens because the fuel runs out. And this is exactly what happens when thinking becomes excessive. Your inner fuel, your qi, is drained. Qi is not mystical imagination. It refers to the natural life energy that animates your body and mind. It is what gives you clarity, presence, emotional strength, and vitality. When qi is strong, you feel grounded, alive, focused, and centered. When qi is low, you feel anxious, foggy, restless, and drained, no matter how much sleep you get. Overthinking is one of the fastest ways to weaken qi. Thinking burns energy. Overthinking burns vital energy. The body treats constant thinking the same way it treats constant physical tension, as a form of chronic stress. Stress activates the nervous system. It accelerates the heart. It tightens the breathing. It drains the body's reserves. This is why you can sit still all day and still feel exhausted, because thinking itself consumes your inner stamina. Repetitive thoughts exhaust qi because they keep the mind stuck in a loop. The mind never rests. The nervous system never settles. The breath remains shallow. Muscles remain slightly contracted. The digestive system becomes tense. The body is forced into a low-level survival mode simply because thought activity is constant. Every moment spent worrying, analyzing, predicting, or replaying drains your inner resources. Taoist psychology explains that qi flows where attention goes. If your attention is consumed by internal noise, your energy is trapped in the mind. When energy rises too much into the head, the body becomes weak, the emotions become unstable, and the spirit becomes cloudy. This is why overthinkers often feel disconnected from their bodies. Their energy never descends. It becomes stuck above the shoulders, swirling endlessly in the mind. One of the biggest drains on qi is imagined scenarios. The mind creates endless possibilities, most of which never happen, but your body reacts as if they are happening right now. If you think about danger, your body activates fear. If you think about rejection, your body tightens. If you think about failure, your chest sinks. Each imagined scenario drains qi because your body cannot distinguish thought from reality. Worry is another major leak. Worry is repetitive thinking layered with emotional tension. It drains qi because it keeps the mind engaged with fear instead of presence. Fear accelerates your internal system. Repetition locks you into the fear. Worry creates a double drain, mental and emotional. Rumination is yet another drain. Rumination is the act of revisiting a thought repeatedly without resolution. It burns qi because it never moves forward. It is like walking on a treadmill, using energy but going nowhere. The mind becomes fatigued, the heart becomes heavy, the body becomes tense. Over time, rumination weakens the spirit. Self-criticism is one of the most damaging drains of all. Negative thinking consumes qi at a rapid rate because it combines cognitive activity with emotional pain. Every harsh inner comment pulls energy from the heart area. The chest tightens, breathing weakens, the stomach contracts. This is why self-criticism feels physically painful. It steals qi directly from your emotional center. Another major drain is mental multitasking. Jumping between tasks, checking notifications, thinking about multiple things at once, and constantly switching attention depletes qi far faster than focused attention. The mind becomes scattered. Scattered attention creates scattered energy. Scattered energy creates exhaustion. Comparison is also energetically expensive. When you compare yourself to others, your mind enters judgment, insecurity, envy, or longing, all of which drain emotional energy. Comparison forces the mind to measure constantly. This constant evaluation consumes your vitality. It weakens your sense of self. It pulls you out of your center. Overthinking drains qi because it blocks natural energy cycles. Qi is supposed to move rhythmically, flowing through the breath, circulating through the body, settling into the lower belly where your energetic reservoir lies. When thinking is excessive, qi cannot descend. It stays stuck in the upper body, creating headaches, tension, anxiety, and emotional instability. Taoist teachings describe this as energy rising without grounding. When thinking is quiet, energy settles. When thinking is loud, energy rises. When thinking becomes obsessive, energy disperses and becomes chaotic. This chaotic energy weakens the nervous system and creates internal instability. The digestive system is also affected. Overthinking pulls energy away from digestion. In Taoist medicine, the spleen and stomach are responsible for transforming food into qi. When overthinking is excessive, these organs become weak. This can lead to fatigue, digestive issues, weakened immunity, and mental fog. This is why overthinking and stomach tension often appear together. The mind and digestion share energy. Another cost of overthinking is emotional overwhelm. Qi and emotion are closely connected. Emotion moves qi. When emotions are intense, qi becomes turbulent. When qi is depleted, emotions become chaotic. This creates a loop. Overthinking drains qi. Weakened qi increases emotional sensitivity. Emotional sensitivity increases overthinking. The cycle continues until something interrupts it. One of the reasons inner silence is so powerful is because silence restores qi. When the mind becomes still, the nervous system relaxes, the breath deepens, the muscles release tension, the body returns to its natural state of balance. Qi begins to descend back into the lower belly, where it can accumulate rather than leak. Stillness is nourishment. Breathing practices also restore qi. When the breath is slow and deep, it signals safety to the nervous system. Qi begins to replenish. The mind calms, thinking slows, the body receives more oxygen, the heart rate stabilizes. This is why one deep breath can stop a spiral. It interrupts the energy drain. Mindfulness practices restore qi by anchoring awareness in the body. When you pay attention to sensation instead of thought, your energy drops downward. This reconnects your mind with the physical self. It prevents qi from rising uncontrollably into the head. It grounds you. Letting go also restores qi. Every time you release a thought, you prevent qi from leaking into unnecessary mental activity. Each release keeps your energy within you instead of scattering outward. Over time, this creates a reservoir of inner vitality. Another way to preserve qi is through attention training. When you focus on one thing at a time, your energy becomes concentrated. Concentrated energy strengthens the mind. Scattered energy weakens it. Focused attention is a form of internal power. Emotional awareness is another source of qi protection. When you acknowledge emotions without resisting them, they move naturally. When you repress or overthink emotions, they stagnate. Stagnation drains qi far more than emotion itself. Feeling an emotion fully costs less energy than resisting or analyzing it. Rest is another way to replenish qi. True rest, not collapsing into distractions, not numbing out, but letting the mind settle. Many people never rest mentally. They sleep with a busy mind. They walk with a busy mind. They eat with a busy mind. They live with a busy mind. Rest means giving the mind space. Qi is also strengthened by simplicity. Excessive complexity, too many choices, too many tasks, too much information, scatters energy. Simplicity focuses it. This is why minimalism, both inner and outer, replenishes your vitality. Physical grounding practices also restore qi. Walking slowly, touching the earth, feeling your feet, being outside. These actions draw energy downward. They settle the mind and replenish internal reserves. Awareness of your qi levels helps you recognize when thinking is draining you. When qi is low, thoughts feel heavier. When qi is strong, thoughts feel lighter. Qi regulates how much mental activity you can handle. When you push beyond your qi limit, the mind becomes chaotic. Learning to sense your qi gives you the ability to manage your thinking before exhaustion sets in. You begin to notice the first signs of depletion: tight chest, shallow breath, foggy thoughts, irritation, compulsive thinking, emotional sensitivity. When you catch these early signs, you can intervene, slow down, breathe, let go, ground yourself, rest. Qi also returns when you practice kindness toward yourself. Compassion softens the heart. Softness allows energy to flow. Harshness blocks energy. Self-kindness is not indulgence. It is a way of keeping your energy alive. Over time, as you stop leaking qi through excessive thinking, your inner vitality grows. You feel stronger emotionally, clearer mentally, and calmer physically. Your presence deepens. Your intuition sharpens. Your anxiety decreases. Your sleep improves. Your digestion stabilizes. Your heart feels lighter. Your spirit feels awake again. This is the hidden cost of overthinking. It steals the life you could be using to grow, love, create, rest, and live more fully. And now that you understand how much energy thinking consumes, you can move into the next teaching, learning how to prevent your mind from becoming an echo chamber that transforms temporary thoughts into unquestioned beliefs. Before moving forward, the last teaching reveals something you can't unsee. You now understand how overthinking drains your inner vitality, how each unnecessary thought pulls energy from your body, how mental loops scatter your attention and weaken your spirit. But once you notice this, another realization quietly rises from beneath the surface. Most of the thoughts that drain you aren't even new. They're familiar, repetitive, circular. They're thoughts you've heard inside your head so many times that they no longer feel like thoughts at all. They feel like truth. And that leads to a deeper question. How many of your beliefs are simply thoughts repeated so often that they became unquestioned? This next teaching takes you into one of the most powerful and overlooked mechanisms of the human mind, its ability to turn private thoughts into personal truths simply through repetition. What begins as a whisper becomes an echo. What becomes an echo becomes a loop. What becomes a loop becomes a belief. And beliefs, once formed, shape how you see everything: yourself, others, the world, and your destiny. What follows is an extensive exploration of how solitary thoughts slowly transform into unquestioned beliefs, and how to break free from the internal echo chamber that keeps you trapped. The mind is constantly talking to itself. Most of this inner dialogue never becomes conscious. It happens automatically, quietly, like background noise. Yet this quiet noise is powerful. When a thought repeats in your mind again and again, your brain begins to treat it as familiar, and the brain interprets familiarity as truth, not accuracy, familiarity. This is one of the mind's most dangerous blind spots. When a thought arises once, it has little power. But when the same thought arises hundreds of times, something begins to shift. The emotional tone around it strengthens. The brain forms a neural pathway. The mind starts traveling the same route without resistance. Before long, that thought becomes part of your worldview, not because it's true, but because it has been rehearsed. This is the seed of the echo chamber. A thought appears, you react to it emotionally, the emotion reinforces the thought, and your reaction encourages the mind to repeat it. The more often this happens, the more solid the thought feels. Eventually, you stop questioning it altogether. One of the most common thoughts to become a belief is self-doubt. At first, self-doubt is simply a passing worry, but if repeated daily, through comparison, criticism, fear of judgment, or internal pressure, It becomes a belief about your identity. I'm not enough. I'm not capable. I always fail. These statements were not originally truths. They were repeated interpretations. The mind said them often, and your nervous system responded each time. Over time, repetition gave them weight. They became part of your echo chamber. The same process happens with fear. Fear begins as a response to a single event. But if you repeat fearful thoughts about the future, fear becomes a belief. You start assuming danger where there is none. You start interpreting neutral situations as threats. Fear becomes the lens through which you see the world, not because the world is dangerous, but because your internal echo chamber amplified a single fear into a world view. Another type of thought that becomes a belief is judgment. Judgment starts as an opinion, but when the same judgment repeats again and again, it becomes a conclusion. People can't be trusted. Everyone is judging me. Love always leads to pain. These are not facts. They are the result of the mind repeating the same interpretation until it feels absolute. The echo chamber also forms around memories. The mind revisits certain moments repeatedly, often with a distorted narrative. Each revisit reinforces the emotional charge. The memory becomes heavier, more painful, more significant. Over time, what was once an isolated event becomes part of your identity. You start believing the memory defines you. You start believing it explains your limitations. The memory becomes a belief, not because the event has power, but because the mind replayed it endlessly. The mind's echo chamber forms through isolation. When thoughts are not questioned, challenged, or met with awareness, they repeat freely. They bounce inside your mind with no external reference. They begin to feel like the only perspective. This isolation increases certainty. Certainty increases attachment. Attachment solidifies the belief. Awareness disrupts this isolation. When you observe a thought instead of merging with it, you interrupt the repetition. You weaken the echo. You expose the thought as temporary, not eternal. You see that the thought is simply a mental event, not an objective truth. Another factor that strengthens the echo chamber is emotional reinforcement. When a thought triggers emotion, the emotion increases the thought's intensity. Emotion gives the thought color, weight, and urgency. For example, if the thought, "I'm not safe," triggers fear, the fear makes the thought feel true. If the thought, "I'm not worthy," triggers sadness, the sadness deepens the belief. The mind uses emotion as evidence, but emotional evidence is not logical evidence. The more emotional reinforcement a thought receives, the louder the echo becomes. The echo chamber also grows when thoughts are unopposed. If you do not introduce alternative perspectives, the mind believes the repeated thought is the only possible interpretation. For example, if you constantly think, "People don't like me," and you never question it, never challenge it, never provide contrary experiences, the thought becomes a belief, not because it's true, but because no competing thought exists in the mental space. This lack of internal diversity creates cognitive rigidity. You begin seeing the world through narrow patterns. You stop being open to new information. You stop trusting your intuition. You stop questioning your assumptions. The echo chamber becomes your inner prison. To break this prison, awareness must enter the loop. The moment you become aware of a repeated thought, you weaken the cycle. Awareness creates space between you and the thought. It stops the automatic reinforcement. Another way to dissolve the echo chamber is through curiosity. Curiosity does not fight the thought. It examines it. It asks, is this true every time? Is this thought based on evidence or emotion? Where did this thought come from? Curiosity breaks certainty. Certainty is what makes beliefs rigid. When certainty crumbles, the belief becomes flexible. Flexibility dissolves the echo. Another powerful method is exposure to new experiences. When you act in ways that contradict your old beliefs, the brain updates itself. A person with the belief, "I never succeed," may take a small risk and succeed even in a minor way. This contradicts the belief. If repeated, the contradiction becomes stronger than the old echo. This is how new beliefs form, not through force, but through new patterns of living. Self-talk also plays a major role. If your internal voice constantly repeats negative statements, the echo becomes stronger. If you soften your self-talk, even slightly, the echo weakens. You don't need dramatic positivity. You only need less hostility. Healthy inner dialogue reduces the intensity of the echo chamber. Another element that fuels the echo chamber is hidden identity attachment. Sometimes people hold on to certain beliefs because those beliefs give them a sense of consistency. Even painful beliefs feel stable. Letting go of them feels unfamiliar, and unfamiliarity can be uncomfortable. For example, someone who has always seen themselves as inadequate may cling to that belief because it explains their life. Without it, they would need a new identity, which feels frightening. Awareness helps you see these hidden attachments. Once you see that you are clinging to a belief because it feels familiar, not because it is true, you can begin releasing the attachment. Breaking the echo chamber also requires recognizing the mind's tendency to generalize. The mind often takes a single painful event and generalizes it into a universal truth. "This person hurt me" becomes "people always hurt me." "I failed once" becomes "I always fail." Generalization is the engine of the echo chamber. Awareness is the brake. Another important part of loosening the echo chamber is learning to separate emotion from fact. Emotions are temporary. Facts are consistent. The echo chamber confuses the two. When you feel something strongly, it feels true, even when it isn't. Training yourself to recognize this difference weakens the belief. The mind's echo chamber also shapes your behavior. Beliefs guide action. If you believe you are incapable, you won't try. If you believe the world is hostile, you will withdraw. If you believe you are unlovable, you will avoid connection. These behaviors then reinforce the belief. It becomes a self-fulfilling cycle. Breaking the cycle requires changing the behavior, not the thought. When your actions contradict the belief, the mind must adjust. Consistent contradiction dissolves the echo. The echo chamber can also be challenged through grounding techniques. When the mind is absorbed in the echo, grounding brings you back to reality. The body's presence interrupts the thought loop. You reconnect to the moment, and in the moment, the echo loses power. One of the most important ways to dismantle the echo chamber is through silence. Silence reduces mental noise. Silence quiets the repetition. Silence exposes the gap between thoughts. Silence shows you the spaciousness beneath the echo. When the echo has no sound to bounce against, it weakens naturally. Over time, as you dissolve repeated thoughts, new clarity emerges. You begin to see your true beliefs, not the ones inherited from fear, habit, or trauma, but the ones rooted in awareness. You begin to form a new relationship with yourself. You begin to trust yourself. You begin to question old narratives. You begin to create a healthier inner world. The echo chamber becomes less convincing. Thoughts lose their authority. Beliefs become flexible. Your inner space opens. You become capable of experiencing life without the constant distortion of repeated mental noise. And now that you understand how thoughts transform into unquestioned beliefs, you are ready to continue into the next teaching. Why the mind often chooses familiar suffering over unfamiliar peace, and how to break that invisible addiction. Before moving into the next teaching, something essential becomes clear from the last lesson. You now understand how repeated inner dialogue becomes belief, how echoes turn into identity, and how unquestioned thoughts slowly shape the way you see yourself and the world. But once you see this process clearly, another realization rises almost painfully. Even when you finally recognize a thought as harmful, even when you know it is an old echo, even when you want to let it go, part of you still clings to it. You hold on to the very thoughts that hurt you. You revisit the same worries. You replay the same memories. You cycle through the same self-criticisms. You return to the same fears. And this raises one of the deepest questions in human psychology and Buddhist thought. Why does the mind cling to what causes suffering? Why does familiarity feel safer than freedom? Why does pain feel more comfortable than peace? This next teaching takes you into the heart of that mystery, thought addiction. What follows is a full exploration of why the mind prefers familiar suffering over peaceful uncertainty, and how neurological conditioning, emotional habits, and karmic momentum create an internal pull toward the very thoughts you want to escape. The mind has an intense preference for what it already knows. This preference is so strong that it will choose familiar discomfort over unfamiliar peace. To the mind, familiarity equals safety, not happiness, not clarity, not truth. Safety. And safety, according to the primitive brain, means predictability. Your mind is wired for survival, not joy. Its first priority is to keep you alive, not to keep you fulfilled. This wiring explains why the brain clings to old patterns even when they cause pain. Old patterns are known. Known patterns feel predictable. Predictability feels safe. So the brain insists on revisiting the same thoughts, the same worries, and the same fears, because they follow a script the mind has already rehearsed. This creates thought addiction, the compulsive return to familiar mental states, even when they harm you. Addiction does not always involve pleasure. Most addictions involve relief. Relief from uncertainty. Relief from unpredictability. Relief from emotional exposure. Painful thoughts offer exactly that. They are predictable. They follow a known storyline. They require no emotional risk. They give the illusion of control. The familiarity of pain feels safer than the risk of peace. Thought addiction happens because the brain rewards repetition. When a thought repeats, the neural pathway becomes stronger. The mind begins to fire the same pathway automatically. Over time, the pathway becomes easier to activate than any new one. This neurological efficiency becomes psychological inertia. You return to the same thoughts because the brain has carved a groove for them. Even painful thoughts cause chemical reactions. Worry releases adrenaline. Self-criticism releases cortisol. Rumination releases stress chemicals. These chemicals are familiar. Your body becomes used to them. Your nervous system adapts to operating at that frequency. When peace appears, the lack of stimulation feels strange, even uncomfortable. The body interprets calmness as unfamiliar and unfamiliarity as danger. This is why peace feels unsettling at first. Your nervous system has adapted to living in tension. When tension drops, the mind panics. It feels like something is missing. You unconsciously return to old thoughts to recreate the emotional environment your system has normalized. This is thought addiction, not a conscious choice, but a conditioned response. Thought addiction also forms from emotional memory. If you grew up with a certain emotional climate, fear, criticism, unpredictability, pressure, your mind learned to mirror that climate internally. Your inner world becomes a reflection of the emotional world you once lived in. Returning to familiar emotional states feels like returning home, even if that home was painful. This emotional familiarity becomes the default. When life becomes peaceful, the mind feels unanchored. It looks for old emotions to recreate the state it recognizes. This is why people who experience emotional pain in childhood often recreate similar inner experiences in adulthood. They are repeating familiar emotional patterns. Thought addiction also forms from identity. When a thought repeats long enough, it becomes part of who you believe yourself to be. If you identify as someone who worries, you unconsciously maintain worry. If you identify as someone who is unworthy, you return to thoughts of inadequacy. If you identify as someone who is always on guard, you repeat thoughts of danger. Letting go of the thought means letting go of the identity that was built around it. And identity, even painful identity, feels stable. The unknown identity feels threatening. So the mind clings to the old thought to preserve the self it knows. The ego also plays a major role. The ego is not the villain. It is simply the part of the mind that needs consistency. Ego fears change. Ego fears instability. Ego fears uncertainty. It uses thoughts, especially familiar thoughts, to anchor itself. Even thoughts that cause suffering make the ego feel grounded. New thoughts threaten the ego's stability. Thought addiction also forms from karmic momentum. Your thoughts from the past shape your tendencies in the present. Tendencies shape reactions. Reactions shape habits. Habits shape identity. Identity shapes future thoughts. This cycle creates a karmic loop, an internal current that carries you back to the same mental states again and again. The more times you think a painful thought, the more natural it feels. The more natural it feels, the more the karmic loop strengthens. The mind becomes addicted to its own patterns. Thought addiction also emerges because certain thoughts give you a sense of certainty. Even negative certainty feels grounding. The mind hates uncertainty because uncertainty means vulnerability. Uncertainty means possibility. Possibility means change, and change means letting go of control. Painful thoughts eliminate uncertainty by offering familiar narratives. I know how this ends. I know what to expect. This is the paradox. Painful thoughts feel safer than lack of clarity. Another reason the mind clings to painful thoughts is emotional avoidance. Many painful thoughts serve as distraction. Worry distracts you from deeper grief. Anger distracts you from sadness. Overthinking distracts you from feeling vulnerable. The mind returns to these thoughts because they shield you from emotional exposure. The thought is not the addiction. The avoidance is. Thought addiction also forms from social conditioning. If you grew up around people who worried, complained, criticized themselves, or saw the world through fear, your mind absorbed those patterns. You learned them by proximity. They became part of your mental framework. They became familiar, and familiar patterns feel true. Thought addiction also reflects perfectionism. Perfectionists often overthink because they believe thinking more will protect them from failure, embarrassment, or criticism. This creates a loop. Overthinking gives an illusion of preparedness, which reinforces the habit. The mind becomes addicted to analysis, not because it helps, but because it feels responsible. Another layer of thought addiction is emotional intensity. Emotional intensity, even negative intensity, creates stimulation. Stimulation is addictive. The nervous system becomes accustomed to high emotional charge. Peace feels empty by comparison. People often confuse peace with boredom, calmness with emptiness, and stability with emotional dullness. This misinterpretation causes them to return to dramatic thoughts. Thought addiction can also be tied to unprocessed trauma. Trauma creates hypervigilance, an internal need to anticipate threats. The mind becomes addicted to scanning for danger, replaying memories, or imagining worst-case scenarios. This is the mind trying to protect you. The thought is a symptom, not the cause. But the symptom becomes habitual. The mind also clings to painful thoughts because they act as anchors for unsolved stories. If something in your past remains unresolved, your mind returns to it repeatedly. The thought becomes a loop because the story has no closure. You are not addicted to the thought, you are seeking resolution. Another overlooked reason is emotional dependency. Thoughts can become emotional companions. They keep you company. They fill silence. They provide a sense of control. People become attached to the inner noise without realizing it. Silence feels lonely. Quiet feels unsettling. So the mind fills the space with familiar thoughts. Thought addiction also develops from fear of emptiness. The mind fears silence because silence forces you to face yourself. Silence reveals truth. Silence reveals emotion. Silence reveals the depth of your being. The mind, untrained, panics in silence. It fills the emptiness with noise because the noise feels safer than presence. Another force behind thought addiction is momentum. Thoughts build speed. One thought triggers another. The chain becomes fast and automatic. When momentum builds, stopping feels impossible. The mind becomes addicted not to the content of thought, but to the speed of thought. Breaking thought addiction requires understanding its root. The mind clings to what is familiar, certain, emotionally protective, and identity-affirming. To break the pattern, you must introduce a new kind of familiarity: calm familiarity, awareness familiarity, presence familiarity. When you practice pausing, watching, letting go, and grounding yourself, your nervous system begins to adjust. It learns that peace is not dangerous. It learns that silence is safe. It learns that calmness is nourishing. Over time, peace becomes familiar. And once peace feels familiar, the mind stops clinging to painful thoughts. Another way to break thought addiction is through slowly expanding your tolerance for uncertainty. Uncertainty becomes less threatening when you approach it gently, when you allow small moments of not knowing. When you rest in the present moment without demanding answers. This softens the mind's need for predictable suffering. Breaking thought addiction also requires emotional courage. You must allow yourself to feel the emotions beneath the thoughts. When the emotion is processed, the thought loses its fuel. You don't need to eliminate the thought. You need to heal the emotion it hides. Self-compassion is also essential. When you stop criticizing yourself for having addictive thoughts, the thoughts lose their emotional charge. Harshness strengthens addiction. Softness dissolves it. Grounding the body helps too. Overthinking pulls energy upward. Grounding pulls energy downward. Walking slowly, breathing deeply, relaxing the belly. These simple actions weaken thought addiction by strengthening presence. Over time, the mind learns a new pattern. It learns to pause. It learns to observe. It learns to release. It learns to rest. The addiction fades because the familiar internal environment changes. Eventually, you reach a point where familiar suffering no longer feels safe. It feels unnecessary, and peace, once uncomfortable, begins to feel natural. This is the turning point. This is where inner freedom begins. And now that you understand why the mind clings to painful thoughts, you're ready to move into the next teaching, how subtle debris accumulates in your inner world and weighs you down without you noticing. Before moving into the next teaching, the last lesson leaves you with a powerful revelation. The mind doesn't cling to painful thoughts because it wants to suffer. It clings because those thoughts feel familiar, predictable, and strangely safe. But once you begin to loosen that grip, once you begin to see through the addiction to old mental patterns, another realization quietly emerges. Even when you're not consciously clinging to your thoughts, even when you're letting go, even when you're watching your mind with awareness, something still feels heavy inside. A weight that doesn't match the thoughts you're aware of. A tension you can't fully explain. A dullness or fog that appears even on calm days. A pressure in the chest, a tiredness in the mind, a sense of carrying too much, even when you can't point to anything specific. This is the moment you begin to sense a deeper truth. You are not only influenced by the thoughts you notice, you are also weighed down by the thoughts you don't notice. This next teaching reveals a part of the mind most people never explore, the mental debris that builds up quietly, subtly, invisibly, from the hundreds of micro-interactions and micro-thoughts you experience every single day. This debris accumulates without your awareness, shaping your mood, draining your energy, and clouding your clarity. It's time to begin the invisible house cleaning. What follows is an extensive exploration of the subtle residues that collect inside the mind and how they silently affect your inner world. Mental debris is the accumulation of tiny impressions left behind by thoughts, interactions, emotions, and external stimuli. These impressions are so small that you don't recognize them individually. But over time, they pile up, creating a sense of heaviness, tension, or mental clutter that you can't explain logically. Every day, you encounter hundreds of small moments that leave faint marks on your mind. A slight tone of irritation from someone you spoke with, A quick glance that felt judgmental, a message you didn't respond to, a task you postponed, a disappointment so small you dismissed it, a fear that appeared for 2 seconds and then vanished. Each one seems insignificant on its own, but each one leaves residue. The mind does not forget these small impressions. It stores them, not as full thoughts, but as subtle sensations, fragments, emotional imprints, or tiny impulses that linger below conscious awareness. Over time, these traces accumulate and affect your emotional and energetic state. Mental debris is often felt, not thought. You feel it as heaviness, as tension, as a vague sense of unease. You feel it as tiredness when your day wasn't physically demanding. You feel it as irritation with no clear cause. You feel it as a foggy mind, as emotional sensitivity, or as an inability to concentrate. One of the reasons mental debris builds up is because the mind constantly processes information without fully completing emotional cycles. A micro-disappointment that you brush aside does not vanish. It lingers as emotional residue. A micro-conflict you suppress stays in the background. A moment of self-doubt you ignore remains as a faint imprint. These incomplete emotional moments accumulate. Another source of mental debris is the mind's tendency to absorb subtle external energy. Human interactions are exchanges of emotion, tone, and attention. Even brief encounters can leave small marks. A conversation overheard, a social media comment, a headline, a single facial expression. The mind absorbs these impressions unconsciously, especially if your awareness is not grounded. Modern life intensifies this. The mind is exposed to more information in one day than ancient humans encountered in months. Each piece of information leaves residue: news stories, notifications, opinions, advertisements, comparisons. All of these create tiny internal reactions. Most reactions pass quickly, but each one leaves behind a trace. When hundreds of these traces accumulate, they create a subtle emotional smog. Mental debris also comes from unfinished thoughts. When your mind starts thinking about something but doesn't complete the thought, it leaves behind a sense of incompleteness. You may not notice it consciously, but the mind does. Unfinished thoughts create micro-tension. The more unfinished thoughts, the more tension your system carries. Another layer of debris comes from suppressed responses. When you want to speak but remain silent, the emotion does not disappear. It stays inside. When you want to express disappointment but don't, the energy stays locked. When you feel hurt but act like everything is fine, the hurt sinks into the subconscious. Suppressed emotions solidify into subtle residues that don't dissolve on their own. Regret is another contributor. Small regrets, the ones you dismiss, accumulate slowly. You barely think about them, but they remain as echoes. Over time, they combine, forming a background hum of emotional weight. Unconscious comparison also leaves residue. Each time you compare yourself to someone, even for a moment, you leave behind a trace of self-judgment or insufficiency. Even small comparisons shape the emotional tone of your inner world. Another form of debris comes from micro-fears. These are the fears that last only a second: fearing bad news when your phone vibrates, doubting a choice you made, anticipating a possible problem, worrying about someone's reaction. These fears don't become full thoughts, but they leave behind energetic tension. Mental debris also comes from emotional mirroring. You absorb the emotional states of people around you, even briefly. A stressed coworker, an irritated family member, a tense stranger. Your body registers these states. When you don't process them consciously, they become residues. The environment contributes as well. Noise, crowds, clutter, bright screens. These external stimuli put pressure on the nervous system. Each stimulation leaves a subtle imprint. When the environment is overwhelming, the mind accumulates debris, even if the thoughts themselves are not intense. Much of this debris accumulates because you rarely give your mind enough space to release it. You move from one thought to another without pause. You jump from task to task without rest. You scroll, listen, respond, and react continually. Without silence, without gaps, without spaciousness, the mind cannot clear itself. This is why even a peaceful day can feel heavy if the mind has no space to release its residues. Mental debris needs stillness to dissolve. Another reason debris accumulates is because the mind confuses not noticing with not being affected. Just because you don't consciously register an emotion does not mean your body didn't react. The body reacts faster than the mind. Emotional residue often enters the body before the mind has time to label it. Mental debris also forms from internal pressure, pressure to perform, to respond, to meet expectations, to fulfill obligations. Even small pressures add up. Pressure creates internal contraction. Contraction becomes residue. Another layer comes from emotional leftovers. When an emotional wave rises and you don't ride it fully, a portion of the emotion stays behind. This leftover emotion hides beneath your awareness and joins the debris. Subtle resistance to life also accumulates. Each time you inwardly resist something, a delay, a comment, a minor inconvenience, a small contraction forms. One contraction is harmless, but dozens each day create heaviness. This is another form of debris. Mental debris also forms from thoughts that are not aligned with your values. When you act or speak in ways that conflict with your deeper self, the dissonance leaves residue. Even if the conflict is small, the emotional impact stays. The accumulation of debris influences mood dramatically. When debris builds up, your mood becomes unpredictable. You become reactive to things that wouldn't normally bother you. Small inconveniences feel heavy. Neutral moments feel irritating. You sense something is off, but you can't identify why. It also influences decision-making. When the mind is cluttered, clarity becomes difficult. You hesitate more. You doubt more. You overthink small choices. The debris clouds your intuition. Relationships are affected as well. When your inner space is crowded with residues, you have less emotional availability. You listen with half your attention. You respond with less patience. You feel drained before the conversation even begins. Another impact is decreased creativity. Creativity requires spaciousness. When the mind is cluttered with small residues, it becomes harder to access inspiration. The inner world feels too loud for subtle ideas to emerge. Mental debris also makes silence uncomfortable. Silence brings the residues into awareness. This is why many people avoid stillness. They mistake the discomfort of debris rising for the discomfort of silence itself. But silence is not the enemy. Silence is the broom that reveals what needs clearing. Cleaning mental debris requires awareness, not of big thoughts, but of tiny sensations. You begin noticing the micro-tensions, the jaw tightening, the chest contracting, the shoulders lifting, the breath shortening. These are signs that residue is present. One effective method of clearing debris is micro-relaxation. The moment you notice tension, you soften. You let the breath deepen. You allow the shoulders to drop. This small release cleans tiny pieces of debris each time. Another method is emotional acknowledgement. When a small emotion arises, acknowledge it without dismissing it. A 2-second acknowledgement prevents residue from forming. There is irritation. There is sadness. There is pressure. Naming it releases it. Pausing helps too. When you create brief moments of stillness throughout the day, you give your mind time to digest its experiences. Even a 5-second pause helps dissolve residue that would otherwise accumulate. Grounding practices also clear debris. Feeling your feet, focusing on your breath, relaxing your belly. These anchor you in the present and allow stored impressions to release. Reflection at the end of the day also helps. By spending even 1 minute noticing what left a mark on you, you allow residues to dissolve rather than sink deeper. Another powerful cleanser is compassionate self-talk. When you speak gently to yourself, emotional residue softens. Harshness traps debris. Kindness dissolves it. The most effective cleaning happens when you combine awareness with softness. Awareness identifies the residue. Softness releases it. Harshness adds more residue. Gentleness clears it. Over time, as you practice invisible house cleaning, your inner world becomes lighter. You wake up with more clarity. You feel less weighed down. Your mind becomes quieter without effort. The body feels more open. Emotions become easier to navigate. Reactions become slower and softer. This invisible cleaning reveals something extraordinary. Your clarity was never gone. It was buried under layers of subtle residue. Your peace was never lost. It was covered by micro-impressions. Your vitality was never broken. It was simply suffocating under debris. You've now walked through some of the deepest layers of the mind. How thoughts come, how they linger, how they disguise themselves as truth, how they drain your energy, shape your patterns, hijack your emotions, and whisper their way into your identity. And through each lesson, one truth has become clearer and clearer. Your thoughts were never meant to live inside you. They arrive like visitors, loud ones, quiet ones, old ones, new ones, gentle ones, painful ones. Some knock politely, some break in, some return because you invited them without realizing. Some stay because you never asked them to leave. But none of them are you. None of them define your worth. None of them deserve to be permanent. Across these teachings, you learned how to pause, how to watch, how to breathe, how to release, how to clear the residue, how to see habits, how to break loops, and how to reclaim the energy your mind has been draining for years. You discovered that awareness is your doorway, that silence is your strength, that letting go is your power, and that you, not your thoughts, are the one who decides who stays. And now you stand in the truth Buddhism has always tried to show us. You are the home, not the visitors. You are the space, not the stories. You are the sky, not the weather. And the moment you remember this, your mind becomes a place you can finally live in peacefully. If these teachings opened something inside you, if even one line lifted a little weight from your chest, I want to hear from you. Comment below with the phrase, "I choose my visitors." Let me know what part spoke to you the most. Your words might be the message someone else needed tonight. And if you want more videos that slow down your mind, deepen your understanding, and help you master your inner world one step at a time, make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications. There is so much more wisdom on the way, and I don't want you to miss a single moment. Until next time, take a breath, let your thoughts pass through, and keep your inner home yours.